A man showed up at our door, saying my daughter ran off without paying $3,000 at his fancy steakhouse, said Bill. He claimed to be the head chef, but I couldn't believe it. I'm Layla, 30 years old, living with my husband Daniel and our daughter Emma. There was no way Emma could do such a thing. I stood firm against their fierce expressions, defending my daughter's innocence. I was tricked by an ex-boyfriend who took $3,000 from me and then disappeared when I found out I was pregnant with his baby. I tried to contact him, but he was gone. I was left alone, divorced and almost broke. But I didn't give up. I had Emma and was ready to face whatever came next. Then the news came that my ex was arrested. The man who told me was Daniel, now my husband. He stood by me through everything, even though I was tired and worn out. Despite our age gap, I was drawn to Daniel's strength and reliability. I worried he wouldn't accept me because I was divorced, but he did. Now we're happily together, with a good relationship with Daniel's parents. One day, I got a call from Daniel's parents. My mother-in-law's voice, full of warmth, asked if we could visit. They wanted to see their granddaughter, whom they adore despite not being related by blood. I happily agreed and promised to let Daniel know. After exchanging pleasantries, my mother-in-law ended the call. It takes about 5 hours to reach their countryside home from the city where we live. When Daniel returned home in the evening, I excitedly told him about the invitation from his parents. "Well, I haven't taken any vacation this month yet," he replied. "Let's take some time off and go see them. I'll ask my boss if we can have a few days off in a row," Daniel suggested eagerly, dialing his boss for permission. Thankfully, his boss agreed, and we began looking forward to reuniting with his parents after a long while. However, on the day of our visit, Daniel suddenly had to work. "You go ahead. I'll join you as soon as I'm done. It might be late, possibly not until tomorrow morning," he explained, kissing us goodbye before heading to the office. I quickly informed my in-laws about the change of plans and then embarked on the journey with my daughter. As soon as we arrived at my in-laws' house, they welcomed us warmly, and we settled in comfortably. They were eagerly awaiting Daniel's arrival. The next morning, my in-laws went about their usual routine, heading to the barn. I offered to help, but they insisted I relax and enjoy my visit, so I stayed behind, waiting for their return. Suddenly, the doorbell rang too early for Daniel's arrival. Assuming it was a neighbor, I hurried to answer it. "I'm coming," I called out, opening the door to find a stern-looking man in his 70s standing there. He glared at me and then demanded, "I own the local steakhouse. Your daughter ate there and left without paying. You owe me $3,000. His words caught me off guard, and I blinked in surprise. He went on to explain that a young girl had visited his restaurant the previous night. Despite being warned that it was too expensive for her, she consumed $3,000 worth of food and drinks before leaving without paying. He claimed she was my daughter and insisted that as her parent, I should foot the bill. I shake my head, trying to explain, but he's too angry to listen. "Can I know your name?" I ask. "It's Ethan. Now pay up," he snaps back. "I need to check with my in-laws if they know you," I respond. "What? Shouldn't you be paying me instead of wasting time?" "Yes, but please give me a moment." I ask him to wait and quickly call my in-laws to confirm something. They respond fast, revealing a surprising fact. Trying to keep my composure, I turn to the man. "I can't pay you," I tell him. "What? You don't care if my business suffers? If you don't pay, I'll call the police," he threatens. "Please, let's try to sort out this misunderstanding," I plead. "There's no misunderstanding. I got her name when she dined," Ethan insists, reaching for his phone to call the police. A policeman happened to pass by, and the steakhouse owner flagged him down to explain the situation. The officer approached me with a stern look and said, "Can we talk?" Confused and intimidated by his gaze, I didn't know what to do. "Your daughter is suspected of dining and dashing. If things remain unresolved, we'll have to take her into custody," he informed me, insisting that I hand over my daughter immediately. "No, there's been a mistake. My daughter wouldn't do such a thing." I protested, but the officer remained firm. Sensing the tension, the steakhouse owner intervened, offering a compromise. "I'm not heartless. If you can pay, I'll forgive her. After all, we're neighbors, he said, looking at me. Are you sure about this, Ethan? The officer asked. Of course. She's just a young girl. It's an honor she wanted to eat at my place, Ethan replied with a laugh. The officer then presented me with an option. Ethan is giving you a way out. Pay the $3,000 bill and he won't press charges. Despite the pressure, I stood firm in my decision. As I tried to explain, the steakhouse owner's face turned red with anger and he shouted, "You're rejecting my kindness. Is this how you've taught your daughter to behave? Don't play games with me. Please calm down. Why are you refusing to pay? If you don't, your daughter will face serious consequences," the police officer interjected, looking puzzled. I can't agree to this without considering all the facts, I responded, but the steakhouse owner interrupted with a laugh, saying, My apologies. Are you saying you don't have $3,000 on you right now? No worries. We all forget things as we get older. We do accept credit cards at our establishment. If you trust me with your card, I can process the payment now and return it to you later. How does that sound? With that, he gestured for me to fetch my wallet. I declined to hand over my credit card, expressing concern about the risk and instead offered to accompany him to settle the payment. However, the steakhouse owner responded with threats, raising his fist and shouting, "Don't you trust me? I'm in the credit business. Be careful what you say, or you'll regret it." When I insisted on accompanying him, he became agitated, yelling, "You're disrespecting me. I have connections with influential organizations. If you can't pay, I have ways to make you pay $3,000. That's why I've involved the police." Shocked by his words, I looked to the police officer for assistance, but he avoided eye contact, feigning ignorance. "Officer, did you hear that? Is this allowed?" I asked, seeking help. The officer avoided the question, stating, "I didn't hear anything. Just pay the money and everything will be resolved." "Layla, just follow instructions," the officer insisted sternly. I was stunned. How could a police officer say that? I felt bewildered as the steakhouse owner continued to intimidate me with his threats. Most people would give in to their demands to avoid trouble, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Aren't the police supposed to protect citizens? Why are they siding with him? Despite my desperate pleas, the officer remained silent, refusing to intervene. Feeling helpless, I turned to the steakhouse owner. "Why won't you listen?" he growled, glaring at me. "It's not that I'm not taking you seriously. I can't believe I'm in this situation," I thought to myself, steadfastly refusing to comply. But neither the officer nor the steakhouse owner seemed willing to listen to reason. As I pondered my next move, a taxi pulled up outside our house, and my husband stepped out, looking puzzled. "What's going on?" "Who are these people?" he asked, bewildered. "Sir, your wife needs to take responsibility." "Let me explain," the officer began, but my husband's expression quickly changed to surprise as he listened. Then, with a mischievous grin, he seemed to understand everything. "Sorry for the confusion. My apologies. By the way, officer, which department do you work for? Can I see your badge?" My husband inquired suddenly, catching everyone off guard. The officer hesitated but eventually produced his badge from his pocket. This looks suspicious," my husband remarked, causing the officer to start sweating nervously. Daniel chuckles and says, "Just kidding." The police officer, visibly relieved, manages a forced smile. Daniel then asks about the officer's department and rank. "Is that necessary right now?" The officer responds nervously. "I'm just curious," Daniel says. "I'm a constable stationed at the police box," the officer answers. "Ah, I see. You must be new around here. Thanks for your service," Daniel replies politely. "Yes, I'm still getting acquainted. Would you mind if I contact your station? Can I use the name on your badge?" Daniel asks, pulling out his phone. Before he can proceed, the officer interrupts. "Before we get into that, can you tell me if you're able to pay for Ethan's bill?" He urges Daniel for an answer regarding the payment issue. The steakhouse owner, Ethan, appeared taken aback by my husband's assertiveness, his earlier aggression dissipating. "You're the husband, so take responsibility," Ethan insisted. "Yes, but I don't have a job that pays that much," Daniel responded calmly. That doesn't excuse dodging your bills, Ethan retorted. Unperturbed, Daniel shrugged. Anyway, he continued, can you tell me your gun's serial number? Ethan looked confused. Why? He asked. It's a standard verification method, Daniel explained. Knowing the number doesn't pose a risk. It's widely accepted. The police officer, also puzzled, questioned Daniel's request. Is that so? He inquired. Observing their reactions, my suspicions grew stronger. By the way, Daniel interjected, giving them a stern look. Would you like to hear my take on this dine and dash incident? They both seemed puzzled by his unexpected suggestion. In conclusion, you're a phony cop trying to run a scam with that old man, my husband accused, catching them off guard. Do you have any proof? They retorted. Then prove I'm wrong, my husband challenged. Turning to me, he said, Lee, bring her here. I rushed to bring our precious child forward, positioning her in front of us to prevent any harm. Daniel stood protectively between us. My daughter is only 1 year old. She can't even walk, let alone dine and dash, he asserted. The two were stunned, mouths agape. That's impossible. Is that really Aria Taylor? Ethan questioned. Of course. I'm only 30 years old. When else could I have had my first child? I countered. Ethan, visibly shaken, took a step back, exchanging a glance with the police officer who nodded in agreement. It seems there's been a mistake. Sorry for the confusion, they stammered, preparing to leave. Daniel intervened, blocking their escape routes as they attempted to leave. I retreated to the entrance, observing through a gap in the door. Can you step aside, please? The officer demanded. No, we won't let you go. You might be scammers, and we won't allow it, Daniel countered firmly. Don't try to intimidate us. I'm a police officer. If you don't move, I'll arrest you for obstructing an investigation, the officer threatened, attempting to push past Daniel, but he swiftly moved to block him again. I apologize for not introducing myself earlier. I'm Daniel Taylor, Chief Inspector of the New York Investigation Division, Daniel announced, revealing his genuine police badge. Unlike the officers, Daniel's badge gleamed with authenticity. Who's the liar now? I'm the real deal, he declared confidently. Whether you're genuine or not, you've engaged in fraud, correct? It's a disgrace for someone in law enforcement. Do you even understand the role of the investigation division? Daniel pressed. What are you talking about? You're clueless about the investigation division, he continued. The division handles complex crimes like fraud, embezzlement, counterfeiting, election violations, financial crimes, defamation, and high-tech offenses. In simpler terms, it deals with criminals like you, Daniel explained sternly. With that, he swiftly produced handcuffs and began to arrest them. Unable to resist Daniel's professional approach, the two were quickly subdued. Daniel wasted no time in contacting the authorities. I've apprehended fraudsters on the scene. This is beyond my jurisdiction. Please dispatch officers from the appropriate area immediately, he instructed over the phone. As they heard Daniel's call, the scammers' faces drained of color. Please forgive us. We were desperate for money. It's our first offense. Please let us go, they pleaded. Just then, my in-laws arrived with the police. Are you all right? Sorry for the delay. This guy was terrible at explaining things. My in-laws apologized. It's all right. Wait, you're here too. What a relief, I responded as they embraced me and our daughter. I had been on edge throughout the ordeal, but finally, I could relax and exhale a sigh of relief as the two fraudsters were escorted into a police car. Initially, I had suspected only the old man to be involved in the scam. When I phoned my in-laws, I inquired if anyone named Ethan resided nearby. They were unfamiliar with the name, having lived in the area for years and knowing all the residents. Their lack of recognition confirmed that this Ethan was not a local. Moreover, considering my daughter's age of just 1, it was implausible for her to have been involved in any dine and dash scheme. Though I hadn't explicitly requested it, my in-laws grasped the urgency of the situation and promised to summon the police. While awaiting their arrival, I felt a surge of tension, resolved to safeguard my daughter. I had sensed something amiss with the police officer from the moment he appeared. As our conversation progressed, my distrust towards him only deepened. Although I lacked concrete evidence initially, Daniel's interrogation ultimately confirmed my suspicions of his falsity. Thankfully, Daniel's presence had averted a potential disaster this time. However, the thought of what could have transpired in his absence sent shivers down my spine. I'm truly relieved that everything ended safely. With Daniel's assistance and the local authorities' involvement, the case regarding the two fraudsters was swiftly resolved. Upon investigation, it became evident that numerous charges awaited them. Daniel recounted the details to me, wearing a mixture of sadness and anger on his face. Surprisingly, it turned out that these individuals were not affiliated with any organization, and their exploits garnered nationwide attention through the news. Thanks to Daniel and my considerate in-laws, I was able to spend an extra day at their home. The news of Daniel's heroic actions spread rapidly, prompting our neighbors to bring over an array of delicacies, turning our gathering into an impromptu celebration. Even our daughter seemed to revel in the joyous atmosphere, remaining cheerful throughout the evening. That night, as I gazed at my daughter's contented face, I couldn't help but bask in the warmth of our happiness.
The credit card statement stared back at me from my laptop screen, its total making my stomach lurch. $23,000. I blinked hard, hoping the number would change, but it remained stubbornly fixed. These weren't my charges. I hadn't spent a dime at the Golden Palace Casino, let alone multiple transactions totaling thousands. My name is Freya, and I've always been the responsible one, the one my family calls when they need money, advice, or someone to clean up their messes. But this was different. My phone buzzed. Mom's face lit up the screen, probably calling about the usual, Terrence needs help with rent, or Dad's business is having another cash flow problem. I let it ring. Girl, you look like you've seen a ghost, Natasha said, peering over my cubicle wall. Her dark curls fell forward as she leaned in closer to look at my screen. Holy shit, Freya, that's not right. Tell me about it. I scrolled through the transactions, each one making me feel sicker than the last. I need to call the bank. Do that now, Natasha insisted, pulling up a chair. I'll cover for you with Roberts if he comes looking. The hold music played for 20 excruciating minutes before a customer service representative picked up. Hi, I'm calling about some fraudulent charges on my card. As I explained the situation, the representative's voice grew concerned. Ms. Murray, these charges were actually authorized with your PIN. Do you share your card with anyone? No, absolutely not. But even as I said it, a memory surfaced. Mom asking to borrow my card last month for emergency groceries. There's something else, the representative continued. There appears to be a credit line increase request submitted last week under your name. My hands started shaking. I never requested that. Just then, my phone buzzed again. A text from Terrence. Hey sis, can you spot me $500? Just until payday. Promise I'll pay you back this time. I stared at the message, my vision blurring with tears of anger. This was the same brother who still owed me $3,000 from his last emergency. The brother Mom and Dad always said needed extra support because he was sensitive. Freya. Natasha's voice was gentle. What do you want to do? Before I could answer, my phone rang again. Dad this time. I answered, my voice tight. Hey, Dad. Princess, your mother's been trying to reach you. We need to discuss something important. Would that something be the $23,000 charged to my credit card at a casino? The silence on the other end was deafening. Freya, honey, we can explain. Your brother's been going through a rough patch. Stop. My voice came out stronger than I expected. I'm calling the police. No! Dad's voice cracked. Please, we'll figure this out as a family. You know how fragile Terence is. This would destroy him. Natasha was watching me intently, her expression a mix of concern and encouragement. She mouthed the words, "Stay strong." Dad, what about me? Did anyone think about how this would affect me? Of course we did, Princess, but you're the strong one. You always land on your feet. Terence, he needs protection. I laughed, but there was no humor in it. Protection? From what? Consequences? Just come over for dinner tonight. Your mother's making your favorite lasagna. We can talk about this like adults. I glanced at the credit card statement again, then at Terence's text, still waiting for a response. My whole life flashed before me. All the times I'd said yes, all the times I'd helped, all the times I'd put my own dreams on hold to be the responsible one. No, Dad, not this time. Freya. I have to go. I have a fraud claim to file. I hung up before he could respond. Natasha squeezed my shoulder. That was badass. I think I'm going to throw up. No, you're not. You're going to file that fraud claim, and then we're going to figure out exactly what they've done. She pulled out her notebook. And then you're going to stop being everyone's ATM. My phone buzzed again. Mom, this time, with a text. Please don't do anything rash, sweetheart. Family protects family. I turned my phone off and looked at Natasha. You're right. But first, I need to check something else. If they used my credit card, what's stopping them from taking out other loans in my name? The look on Natasha's face told me she'd had the same thought. As I opened a new tab to check my credit report, I could feel my hands steadying, my shock giving way to determination. For the first time in my life, I wasn't going to protect my family. I was going to protect myself. Personal loan, $45,000, approved March 15th. I read the credit report entry out loud, my voice shaking. Car loan, $32,000, approved January 3rd. Each line felt like another punch to the gut. I never applied for any of these. Natasha and I had moved our investigation to her apartment after work. Empty takeout containers littered her coffee table as we dug deeper into the financial mess my family had created. How did they even get approved for these? Natasha asked, scrolling through the documents on her laptop. They had everything they needed. My social security number, birth certificate, all my personal information. I rubbed my temples. They're my parents. I trusted them with everything. My phone, which I'd turned back on, buzzed with another message from Terence. Come on, sis. Don't be like that. Just answer Mom and Dad's calls. Look at this, Natasha said, turning her laptop toward me. She'd pulled up my bank statements from the past year. These regular transfers to this account. Is that Terence's? I leaned in closer. Yeah, that's his. Mom said he needed help with rent. My voice trailed off as I did the math. $5,000 a month? That's more than his entire rent should be. A knock at the door made us both jump. Natasha checked the peephole and then opened it, revealing Dean from work, carrying a stock of papers. I hope you don't mind, Natasha said. I called him. He used to work in financial crimes at his old bank. Dean set the papers down. I did some digging. Freya, this is bigger than just credit card fraud. These loans, they're using sophisticated identity theft techniques. Someone knew exactly what they were doing. My dad, I said quietly. He works in finance. He'd know how to do this. Dean sat down across from me. There's something else. I found multiple accounts at Golden Palace Casino under variations of your name. They've been active for months. My phone rang again. Mom. This time I answered and put it on speaker. Freya, please come home. We need to talk about this as a family. Like how you talked to me before taking out loans in my name. Your brother needed help. He was in trouble with some very dangerous people. We had no choice. I caught Dean's eye as he mouthed, "Record this." Natasha was already hitting record on her phone. So you decided to steal my identity? My voice was steady now, fueled by anger. Don't be so dramatic. We're your parents. Everything we have is yours anyway. We just needed to help Terrence get back on his feet. By destroying my credit. By stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars in my name. Keep your voice down! Mom hissed. Your brother might hear you. He's very fragile right now. Dean was frantically writing something on a notepad. Ask about the casino accounts. Mom, what about the casino accounts in my name? There was a long pause. I don't know what you're talking about. Golden Palace Casino. Multiple accounts. Ring any bells? That's nothing for you to worry about. Your father has it under control. Natasha made a disgusted noise. Dean kept writing. Get her to admit to the loans. So you and Dad did take out those loans using my information? Of course we did. And you should be grateful. Do you know what would have happened to Terrence if we hadn't? Those gambling debts would have gotten him killed. I felt the blood drain from my face. Dean and Natasha exchanged looks. Mom, you just admitted to committing identity theft. That's a federal crime. Don't you dare threaten me. I am your mother. Not anymore. I hung up. The silence in the room was heavy. Dean broke it first. Freya, you have enough evidence here for a solid case, that recording alone. I found something else, Natasha interrupted, holding up a stack of mail she'd retrieved from her bag. These fell out of your desk when you were moving stuff earlier. They're bank statements addressed to your apartment, but they're not yours. I grabbed the envelopes. They were indeed addressed to my apartment, but to T. Murray, Terrence. Inside were statement after statement, showing massive casino withdrawals and overdraft fees. He's been using my address, I whispered. They've all been lying to me for months. Years, probably. Dean touched my arm gently. You need to decide what you want to do. But whatever you decide, you need to protect yourself first. I looked at the evidence spread across the table. The loans, the credit card statements, the casino accounts, the recorded confession, and now these bank statements. Years of being the responsible one, the dependable one, the one who always cleaned up everyone else's messes, and this was how they repaid me. I want to burn it all down, I said, surprising myself with the coldness in my voice. I want them to face every single consequence of what they've done. Natasha squeezed my hand. Then, let's make that happen. The bank manager's office felt too small, too warm. I sat across from her desk, watching as she reviewed the stack of documents I'd brought. Ms. Murray, she said, looking up from the papers, this is extensive. And you're saying none of these loans or accounts were authorized by you? No. My parents and brother used my information without my knowledge. She nodded, making notes. We'll need to file formal fraud reports for each account. But first, she pulled out a fresh document. There's something you should see. Another loan application was submitted in your name yesterday. My hands clenched into fists. They're still doing it? The application hasn't been processed yet. We flagged it due to the sudden high volume of credit requests. As we discuss the next steps, My phone vibrated. A text from Dean. Terence just walked into Golden Palace. Want me to follow? I hadn't expected Dean to actually stake out the casino, but I texted back immediately. Yes. Please. The bank manager was still talking. And we'll need you to sign these forms to begin the investigation. 20 minutes later, I walked out with a thick folder of documentation. Dean was waiting in his car across the street. You won't believe what I saw, he said as I got in. Your brother's in there right now, throwing around hundreds like they're nothing. He's at the high-stakes poker table. Take me there. The casino was gaudy, all flashing lights and electronic chimes. Dean led me to an observation area above the poker tables. There was Terence, surrounded by chips, laughing with a cocktail in his hand. Would you like a drink, sir? A waitress appeared beside us. No, thank you. Dean started. Yes, I interrupted. I'll have whatever he's having. I pointed at Terence. Minutes later, I walked down to the poker table, drink in hand. Terence didn't notice me at first, too focused on his cards. Hitting it big, little brother? He looked up, his smile faltering for just a second before returning, broader and faker than before. Freya, come to join the fun? Where'd you get the money, Terence? He laughed, loud and hollow. What are you, Mom? I'm working now, remember? Really? Because last I heard, you needed to borrow $500 for rent. The other players were starting to look uncomfortable. Terence's smile became fixed. Let's talk about this later, sis. Let's talk about it now. Let's talk about the loans in my name, the credit cards, the casino accounts. Terence's face darkened. You're making a scene. You're making a felony. He stood up abruptly, grabbing my arm and pulling me away from the table. Dean started forward, but I waved him back. What the hell is wrong with you? Terence hissed once we were in a quiet corner. Me? You stole my identity. I didn't steal anything. Mom and Dad handled all that. They're just trying to help me get back on my feet. With my money? My credit? He smirked, and in that moment, I saw him clearly for the first time. Come on, Freya. We both know you're the responsible one, the successful one. You can handle this. I'm the one who needs help. You need help, all right. Professional help. Don't act all high and mighty. You've always loved playing the martyr, haven't you? Perfect Freya, always sacrificing for the family. My phone buzzed. A text from Natasha. Got the footage from the bank security cameras. Clear shots of your dad submitting the loan applications. Terence glanced at my phone. What are you going to do? Turn us in? They're your parents, Freya. They'll never forgive you. Maybe I'll never forgive them. He laughed again, but there was an edge to it now. You know what's funny? Mom and Dad are so worried about you finding out, but I told them not to stress. I said, Freya will cave. She always does. She'll cry and yell, but in the end, she'll help us fix it. She always does. I took a slow sip of my drink, letting his words sink in. Then I pulled out my phone and dialed. Who are you calling? The police. His smirk vanished. You're bluffing. Hello? Yes, I'd like to report multiple instances of identity theft and fraud. I'm at Golden Palace Casino, and one of the perpetrators is here right now, gambling with stolen money. Terence lunged for my phone, but Dean was suddenly there, stepping between us. Don't, Dean said quietly. You've done enough. Terence looked from Dean to me, his face contorting with rage. You stupid bitch! You have no idea what you're doing. Actually, I said, watching as 2 security guards approached, responding to Dean's signal. For the first time in my life, I know exactly what I'm doing. The guards reached us just as Terence tried to run. As they detained him, I could hear him shouting, "Call Mom! Call Dad! Freya's lost her mind." But I wasn't listening anymore. I was already walking away, sending a group text to my parents. "Terence is about to be arrested. Your turn is coming. I have everything documented." Dean fell into step beside me. "You okay?" "No," I said, "but I will be." The police station's fluorescent lights made everything look harsh and unreal. I sat in a hard plastic chair, watching through a window as Terence was processed. Mom and Dad hadn't arrived yet, but their frantic texts kept lighting up my phone. "You need to eat something," Dean said, offering me a sandwich from the vending machine. "I can't." Detective Rivera sat down across from us, spreading out photos of the bank surveillance footage. "Your father is clearly visible in these images, submitting documents in your name. Combined with the recorded phone conversation with your mother, we have a solid case." My phone rang again. "Dad." "You should answer it," the detective said, nodding to her colleague to record the call. I put it on speaker. "Hello? Freya. What have you done?" Dad's voice was trembling. "They're holding your brother like a common criminal." "He is a criminal. So are you and Mom." "We are your family. Everything we did was to protect..." "To protect Terence, I know, but who was protecting me?" "You're being selfish. Your brother could face jail time." Detective Rivera slid a notepad across the table. "Ask about the latest loan application." "Dad, why did you submit another loan application in my name yesterday?" A pause. "Who told you about that?" "The bank flagged it. Were you planning to steal even more money from me?" "It's not stealing when it's family. Terence needed..." "How much does he owe?" I interrupted. "The real amount, Dad. No more lies." Another pause, longer this time. "Close to $500,000. Dean swore under his breath. Detective Rivera leaned forward. "To who?" I asked. "Some people. Bad people. They were threatening him." "So you decided to sacrifice my future instead?" "We had a plan. Once Terence won big at the casino, we'd pay everything back. You'd never even know." "Never know that my own parents committed felony fraud? That you destroyed my credit? That you..." A commotion in the hallway cut me off. Mom burst in, her face red and tear-streaked. "How dare you!" she screamed, lunging toward me. An officer stepped between us. "After everything we've done for you. Everything you've done to me," I corrected, standing up. "Where were you when I needed help with college? When I was working 3 jobs to pay my rent? You were too busy bailing out Terence." "He's sensitive. He needs us." "And I don't." "You're strong. You can handle it." "Not anymore." I turned to Detective Rivera. "I want to press charges against all of them." Mom collapsed into a chair, sobbing. Dad's voice came through the phone, still on speaker. "Princess, please, we can work this out. We're family." "Family doesn't steal from family," Dean said quietly. Detective Rivera nodded to an officer. "Mr. Murray, we need you to come down to the station immediately." I need to call our lawyer." "That would be wise," the detective said. "Mrs. Murray, please remain here." Mom looked up at me, her makeup streaked across her face. "You're really doing this? To your own parents?" "You did this. All of you. Every time you chose Terence over me. Every time you stole from me. Every time you lied." "We'll never forgive you for this," she spat. I know. My voice was steady. I'm counting on it. The detective led Mom to another room for questioning. Through the window, I could see Terence in his cell, head in his hands. Dean touched my shoulder. Want to get some air? Outside, the night air was cool on my face. My phone buzzed with a text from Natasha. Just saw the news. You okay? Need me to come down? No, I texted back. But maybe later. Wine and ice cream? Already bought both. You're staying with me tonight. No arguments. Dean leaned against the wall beside me. You know what happens next, right? This goes public. Court dates. Family drama splashed across local news. I know. Your parents could go to jail. I know that too. He studied my face. You're not backing down, are you? They made their choice. Every time they forged my signature, every time they took out another loan, every time they chose Terence. I looked up at the stars, barely visible through the city lights. Now I'm making mine. Detective Rivera wants your statement. An officer called from the door. I straightened up, squaring my shoulders. Inside, I could hear Mom still crying, Dad's arrival creating another wave of drama, Terence's demands to speak to a lawyer. The family I'd spent my whole life protecting was falling apart, but for the first time, I wasn't rushing to pick up the pieces. Ready? Dean asked. I nodded, turning back toward the station. Ready to tell the truth. All of it. The courthouse hallway buzzed with tension. 3 weeks had passed since that night at the police station, and now we were all here for the preliminary hearing. My parents sat on one bench, Terence on another with his court-appointed lawyer. None of them would look at me. Remember, my lawyer whispered, let me do most of the talking. Only answer what's asked. Natasha squeezed my hand. Dean stood nearby, his presence steady and reassuring. A bailiff opened the courtroom doors. All rise! Inside, everything happened quickly. The charges were read. Identity theft, fraud, financial exploitation. My parents' lawyer tried to paint it as a family matter that got out of hand. Terence's lawyer argued addiction as a mitigating factor. Then it was my turn to testify. Ms. Murray, the prosecutor began, please tell the court about when you first discovered the fraud. I described finding the credit card charges, the loans, the casino accounts. My voice stayed steady until I reached the part about my mother's phone call. And what did your mother say when you confronted her? She said I should be grateful, that I was the strong one, so I could handle it, that Terence needed protection more than I did. Mom made a choked sound from her seat. Dad stared at his hands. And the total amount of fraudulent charges and loans? $487,235. The judge's eyebrows rose. Terence shifted uncomfortably. Your Honor, my parents' lawyer interrupted. This is clearly a family matter that got out of hand. The Murray family has always been close-knit. Close-knit? I couldn't help myself. They stole $500,000 from me. Ms. Murray, the judge warned, please only speak when questioned. Sorry, Your Honor. Terence's lawyer stood. Your Honor, my client has struggled with gambling addiction. He never intended— That's bull! I burst out again. He was bragging about it at the casino. He said I would cave, that I always cave. Ms. Murray. The judge's voice was sharp. One more outburst and you'll be held in contempt. My lawyer touched my arm, calming me. The prosecutor continued, presenting the bank footage, phone recordings, and documentation. With each piece of evidence, My family seemed to shrink further into themselves. During a brief recess, Terence approached me in the hallway. Dean immediately stepped closer. "Freya," Terence said, his voice low. "You can still stop this. We're blood. Blood doesn't steal from blood. Those people I owe money to, they're dangerous. If I go to jail..." "You should have thought about that before you gambled away $500,000 of my money." His face darkened. "You think you're so perfect, don't you? Saint Freya, always doing the right thing. You're loving this, aren't you? Finally getting to punish us all?" Loving this. I stepped closer, my voice shaking. "I'm watching my family get charged with felonies. Mom might go to jail. Dad might lose his license. And you still think you're the victim here." "I am the victim. I'm sick. I need help, not punishment. Then you should have asked for help. Real help, not stolen my identity and destroyed my life." "Everything okay here?" A bailiff approached, eyeing Terence. "Fine," he muttered, backing away. "Just fine." Back in the courtroom, the judge reviewed all the evidence before speaking. "The evidence of systematic fraud is overwhelming. This wasn't a one-time mistake or a family emergency. This was a calculated, long-term scheme to exploit Ms. Murray's credit and identity." She turned to my parents. "As her parents, you were supposed to protect her, not exploit her." Mom started crying again. Dad put his arm around her. "Given the severity and duration of these crimes, I'm setting bail at $100,000 each. Mr. Terence Murray will remain in custody due to flight risk. Trial dates will be set for next month." The gavel struck. My parents' lawyer immediately began discussing payment plans. Terence was led away in handcuffs, shooting me a look of pure hatred. In the hallway, Mom approached me one last time. "Are you happy now?" she asked, her voice bitter. "You've destroyed this family." "No, Mom, you did that. Every time you chose him over me. Every time you stole from me. Every time you said I could handle it because I was strong. He's your brother. And I'm your daughter. Or I was." Dad tried to speak, but I turned away, walking toward Dean and Natasha. Behind me, I could hear Mom's sobs echoing through the courthouse halls. "You did the right thing," Natasha said, hugging me. "Then why does it feel so awful?" Dean took my hand. "Because you're a good person. Because despite everything they did, you still love them." "Yeah," I said, watching as my parents were led away to process bail. "I do. And that's the worst part of all of this." We walked out into the sunlight, leaving behind the family I'd lost by finally finding the strength to stand up for myself. "You've got another letter," Natasha said, holding up an envelope with the jail's return address. "Want me to add it to the pile?" I nodded from my spot on her couch, where I'd been living for the past 2 weeks. The pile of unopened letters from Terence had grown to 12. Mom and Dad, out on bail, had switched from crying voicemails to angry texts to guilt-ridden emails. My phone buzzed. Dean. "Turn on Channel 7 now." Natasha grabbed the remote. The local news was running a story about our case, in what prosecutors are calling one of the largest family fraud cases in the state. The victim's own parents allegedly... "Victim," I muttered. I hate that word. The story cut to footage of my parents leaving the courthouse, then to an old family photo someone had dug up. We were all smiling at some long-ago birthday party. Terence was blowing out candles. I was standing in the background, always in the background. A knock at the door made us jump. Dean stood there with takeout bags. "Thought you might need dinner after seeing that," he said. They made me look like some sort of tragic figure, I said, taking a container of pad thai. Poor Freya, betrayed by her family. You were betrayed, Natasha pointed out. I know, but... My phone rang. Unknown number. Hello? Hello, is this Freya? A man's voice, unfamiliar. I'm calling about your brother's debt. My blood ran cold. Dean noticed my expression and moved closer. Who is this? Let's just say I'm one of the people your brother owes money to. A lot of money. That's not my problem. It is now. See, your brother promised he'd pay us back with his casino winnings, but now he's in jail, thanks to you. You should talk to his lawyer. The man laughed. We don't do lawyers. We do family, and your family. Are you threatening me? Dean grabbed my phone, putting it on speaker. Natasha was already dialing the police. Not threatening, just explaining the situation. Your brother owes us $200,000. We're willing to be reasonable. Pay us, and this all goes away. And if I don't? Then maybe those charges against your parents get worse. Maybe some new evidence appears. Maybe I report this call to the FBI. Dean cut in. Since you're adding extortion to illegal gambling. A pause. Who's this? Someone who's recording this call and tracing this number. The line went dead. Call Detective Rivera, Dean said to Natasha. Now! My hands were shaking. They found me. They actually found me. They're trying to scare you, Dean said, pulling me close. We won't let them. Detective Rivera arrived 30 minutes later with 2 other officers. We'll need to set up surveillance, she said, pacing Natasha's living room. And you'll need protection. I can't stay here, I said to Natasha. I'm putting you in danger. Don't even think about it, Natasha replied. We're in this together. She's right, Dean added. You're not alone anymore. My phone buzzed with a text from Mom. These men came to our house. What have you done? Why can't you just help your brother? Detective Rivera read the text over my shoulder. We'll need to question your parents about their contact with these individuals. They'll never cooperate, I said. They'll protect Terrence until the end. Then they'll face additional charges. Another text came through, this time from Dad. Princess, please. These men are serious. Just pay them. We'll figure out the rest later. Still protecting him, I whispered. Even now. Dean took my hand. You don't have to answer them. Actually, Detective Rivera said, we might want her to, if we can get them to admit more about these men. My phone rang again, another unknown number. Detective Rivera nodded to her colleague to trace it. Hello? Freya? It was Terrence, calling from jail. You have to help me. These guys, they're not playing around. Neither am I. They'll hurt Mom and Dad. Don't you care? Of course I care, but I'm done fixing your messes. They know where you live, where you work, who your friends are. Detective Rivera was frantically writing notes, coordinating with someone on her radio. Is that a threat, Terrence? It's a warning. Family looks out for family. Family doesn't destroy family. You're destroying me! No, I said, my voice stronger than I felt. You did that all on your own. I hung up, looking at the room full of people who had my back. Really had my back. Not like my family had claimed to all these years. Okay, I said to Detective Rivera. What's our next move? For the first time in my life, I wasn't facing a crisis alone, and that made all the difference. The trial date arrived faster than I expected. The courthouse steps were crowded with reporters, their cameras flashing as we approached. Dean kept his arm around me, shielding me from their questions. "Ms. Murray, how does it feel to testify against your own family?" "Did you know about your brother's gambling addiction?" "Are your parents going to prison?" Inside, my parents sat with their lawyer, both looking older than I remembered. Mom had lost weight. Dad's hair had gone completely grey. They didn't look like criminals. They looked broken. Terence was brought in wearing an orange jumpsuit, handcuffs clinking. The past month in jail hadn't been kind to him. His eyes were hollow, his face gaunt. "All rise." The proceedings began with opening statements. The prosecutor laid out the evidence methodically: bank records, forged documents, recorded conversations. My parents' lawyer spoke about family loyalty and misguided love. Terence's lawyer emphasized addiction and mental health. Then they called me to testify. "Ms. Murray," the prosecutor began, "please tell the court about your relationship with your family before discovering the fraud. We were close, or I thought we were. I was always the one they counted on, the responsible one." "And how did they repay that trust?" "Objection," my parents' lawyer called out, leading the witness. "Sustained." The prosecutor rephrased. "What happened when you discovered the unauthorized loans?" I described everything: the credit card charges, the loans, the confrontations. As I spoke, I couldn't look at my family. I kept my eyes on Dean and Natasha in the gallery. "And the threatening calls?" the prosecutor asked. "They started after Terence was arrested. Men he owed money to, demanding I pay his debts." "Did your family support you during these threats?" "No. They told me to pay the men. To protect Terence." Again. During cross-examination, my parents' lawyer tried a different approach. "Isn't it true your parents only wanted to help their son? By destroying my life? By protecting their child from dangerous criminals?" "I'm their child too," the lawyer paused. "And haven't they always provided for you? Supported you?" "No. They supported Terence. I supported myself, and then they stole from me to support him more." Terence's lawyer was next. "Ms. Murray, are you aware of the nature of gambling addiction?" "Yes. I researched treatment programs for years, tried to get him help. He refused." "So you knew he was sick?" "Being sick doesn't give you the right to steal $500,000. A commotion erupted in the gallery. One of the men who'd threatened me had stood up. "You think this is over?" he shouted. "You think testifying fixes anything?" Security rushed toward him. More men stood up. 4, 5, 6 of them. "Your brother still owes us," another yelled. The judge banged her gavel. "Order! Clear the courtroom!" Dean vaulted over the barrier, reaching me before the guards did. Natasha was right behind him. They formed a human shield as chaos erupted. My mother's voice cut through the noise. "Just pay them, Freya! Please!" I turned to see her being led away by guards, still reaching toward me. Dad wouldn't look at me at all. Terence was laughing, actually laughing, as they rushed him out. "You see?" he called out. "You can't escape family, sis." Detective Rivera appeared with more officers, surrounding us as they cleared the courtroom. In the hallway, she turned to me. "We got them. All of them. Recording devices caught everything. We've been tracking these guys for months." "What?" "Your case helped us build a bigger one against an organized crime ring. Those men, they're going down too." I sagged against Dean, the adrenaline wearing off. The judge called us back in an hour later, the courtroom now heavily guarded. "In light of today's events," she announced, and the overwhelming evidence presented, I'm prepared to rule. My parents stood with their lawyer. Terence was brought back in, no longer laughing. The defendants have not only committed serious financial crimes, but have continued to demonstrate a complete lack of remorse or understanding of their actions. Furthermore, their connection to known criminal elements presents a clear danger. She turned to my parents. 5 years each, with possibility of parole after 3, plus full restitution. Mom collapsed into Dad's arms. As for Terence Murray, given your prior record and the severity of these crimes, 10 years, no possibility of parole for 7. You can't do this, Terence shouted. Freya, tell them you forgive us. But I didn't. I couldn't. As they were led away, I stayed silent, holding on to Dean and Natasha's hands. Outside, reporters swarmed again, but Detective Rivera's team cleared a path. It's over, Dean said softly, but looking at my family being led to separate police vehicles, I knew it wasn't over. It was just different now. Permanently, irreversibly different. And somehow, I was okay with that. The last box from my parents' house sat unopened on my new apartment floor. Dean and Natasha lounged on the couch we'd just hauled up 3 flights of stairs, watching me stare at it. You don't have to open it today, Natasha said. Yes, I do. I cut through the tape. Inside were photo albums, childhood memorabilia, and a stack of letters tied with ribbon, every birthday card I'd ever received from my parents. The doorbell rang. Detective Rivera stood there with a thick envelope. The restitution papers came through, she said, stepping inside. The courts seized your parents' assets and Terence's accounts. It won't cover everything, but it's a start. I nodded, still staring at the birthday cards. There's something else. She pulled out another document. The gambling ring we took down. There's a victims' compensation fund. You qualify for it. I don't want their money. Take it, she insisted. Use it to rebuild. That's the best revenge. Living well. My phone buzzed with a text from the prison chaplain. Your mother asked to see you again. Should I tell her the same thing? Still no. I typed back. Dean moved to sit beside me, picking up one of the photo albums. Look at this one, he said, pointing to a picture of teenage me at a science fair. First place ribbon. Were your parents there? No, they were at Terence's baseball game. Their loss, Natasha said, joining us. Because that girl grew up to be pretty amazing. Detective Rivera cleared her throat. The DA wanted me to tell you. Your testimony didn't just help your case. 3 other families have come forward about similar fraud schemes. You started something important. I didn't want to start anything. I just wanted to be valued. Dean finished. To be protected instead of being the protector. Yeah. I picked up a birthday card from when I turned 16. Inside, Mom had written, You're so strong, sweetheart. We're so lucky to have you. They were right about one thing, I said, ripping the card in half. I'm strong. Natasha grabbed a trash bag. Keep or toss? I looked at the pile of memories. Toss. All of it. As we filled the bag, my phone rang. An unknown number. My heart jumped, but Detective Rivera checked it. It's clear, she said. Not from the prison or any known associates. It was the bank. Ms. Murray, your credit restoration claim has been approved. All fraudulent accounts have been removed from your record. After I hung up, Dean pulled me close. That's worth celebrating. Actually, I said, I have a better idea. An hour later, we stood in front of Golden Palace Casino. The same doorman who had watched Terence gamble away stolen money nodded to us. "You sure about this?" Natasha asked. I walked straight to the high-stakes poker table where I'd confronted Terence. The dealer recognized me from the news. "What's your game?" he asked. "Not gambling," I said, pulling out my phone. I dialed the prison chaplain's number. "Hello?" "Tell my mother I'll see her. And tell her this, I'm at the casino right now, at Terence's favorite table. But I'm not playing. I'm walking away. That's what strength really looks like." I hung up and turned to my friends. My real family now. "Let's go home." Outside, the evening air was cool and clean. Detective Rivera's phone buzzed. "They got the last one," she said. "The final member of the gambling ring. It's really over now." "No," I said, watching the casino lights flicker behind us. "It's just beginning." Dean took my hand as we walked away. Natasha linked her arm through mine on the other side. "You know what the best part is?" I said. "For the first time in my life, I don't feel responsible for anyone else's happiness, just my own." "Speaking of happiness," Dean said, pulling me closer, "how about dinner? I know this great little place." "As long as it's not the restaurant your parents own," Natasha teased. "God, no." He laughed. "I learned from Freya. Sometimes the family you choose is better than the family you're born with." I stopped walking, looking at these people who had stood by me through everything. Dean with his unwavering support, Natasha with her fierce loyalty, even Detective Rivera with her dedication to justice. "Thank you," I said, "all of you, for helping me find my strength." "You always had it," Natasha said. "You just needed to use it for yourself instead of everyone else." We walked on into the evening, leaving behind the casino, the memories, and the weight of family obligations I'd carried for so long. Ahead lay something better: freedom, truth, and the kind of love that builds you up instead of tearing you down. I was finally, completely free.
I stared at my phone, watching as birthday wishes flooded Bella's social media. Not for her birthday, for mine. My sister had posted a selfie with the caption, "Happy birthday to my amazing big sis," and somehow managed to make my birthday about herself. Again. My name is Sophia, and I've spent 24 years being the backdrop to my sister's spotlight. Today was just another reminder. "Sophia, come down. We have a surprise." Mom's voice echoed up the stairs. I already knew what kind of surprise it would be, the kind that wasn't meant for me. I trudged downstairs, plastering on the smile I'd perfected over years of being the mature one. The living room was empty, except for Dad reading his newspaper on the couch. "Where's the surprise?" I asked, though I already knew better than to hope. "Oh!" Mom's eyes widened. "Right. Bella, honey, come in." My sister burst through the front door, her perfectly styled hair bouncing as she jumped up and down. "Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!" Behind her in the driveway sat a brand new Tesla Model 3, complete with a massive red bow on the hood. "Happy graduation, sweetheart." Dad finally looked up from his paper, beaming. "You've earned it." I felt my chest tighten. That's the surprise? "Isn't it amazing?" Bella squealed, dangling the keys. "Mom, Dad, you're the best." "We're so proud of you, honey," Mom gushed, hugging Bella. "Graduating a semester early is such an achievement." I cleared my throat. "You do remember what today is, right?" Mom looked confused for a moment. "Thursday?" "It's my birthday," I said quietly. The silence that followed was deafening. "Oh!" Mom's hand flew to her mouth. "Oh, Sophia, I'm so sorry. With all the excitement about Bella's graduation and the car, we'll make it up to you this weekend," Dad added quickly, not meeting my eyes. "Right," I said, my voice steady despite the storm brewing inside. Like last year's makeup dinner that never happened, or the one before that? Don't be dramatic, Bella rolled her eyes. It's just a birthday. Besides, you're old enough not to need all that attention anymore. I looked at my sister, really looked at her. 4 years younger, yet somehow always the priority. Always the star. Always the one who deserved the Tesla while I drove a 10-year-old Honda with a failing transmission. You're right, Bella, I said, surprising everyone, including myself, with my calm tone. I am old enough to stop expecting things to change. Sophia, Mom started, but I was already heading upstairs. Enjoy your car, I called over my shoulder. I have work to do. Back in my room, I opened my laptop and pulled up the business plan I'd been working on for months. My hands were shaking as I logged into my savings account, the one my family knew nothing about, the one where I'd been squirreling away every extra dollar from my day job. My phone buzzed, a text from Adrian. Happy birthday. Still on for coffee tomorrow? I typed back, yes, and I'm ready to talk about that investment opportunity you mentioned. Another buzz, this time from Alex, my mentor from the online entrepreneurship forum. Happy birthday. Did you review those market analysis documents I sent? I smiled, a real smile this time. Yes, and I'm ready to move forward. Let's meet next week. Standing up, I walked to my mirror and stared at my reflection. The good daughter, the responsible one, the backdrop. Not anymore. My phone buzzed again. Probably more birthday wishes on Bella's post. I ignored it and instead opened my business email draft to Alex. Dear Alex, I've reviewed everything and I'm ready to launch. The website designs are complete, marketing strategy is set, and initial inventory is ordered. Let's schedule that meeting and make this official. Best, Sophia. My finger hovered over the send button as I heard the excited squeals from downstairs, Bella probably showing off her new car on FaceTime to her friends. Enough is enough, I whispered, and hit send. The quiet click of my bedroom door locking felt like sealing a pact with myself. In the distance, I could hear the purr of a Tesla engine starting up. But for the first time in my life, I didn't care about what was happening downstairs. I had my own engine to start. You're seriously doing this? Adrian stirred his coffee, eyes wide as I showed him my laptop screen. Like actually doing this? Already started, I said, clicking through my newly launched website. The first batch of designs is ready to go live tomorrow. We sat in our usual corner of the local coffee shop, away from the morning rush. 3 weeks had passed since my birthday, and I'd been working every spare moment on my business. But custom phone cases? Isn't that market saturated? Adrian leaned closer to examine my designs. Not like this. I pulled up my signature collection. See these? They're all hand-drawn, incorporating personal photos into abstract art. People send their favorite memories, and I turn them into something unique. Adrian whistled. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. But how are you funding this? I've saved enough for the initial inventory and website costs. Plus, I hesitated, then grinned. Alex is investing. Alex? The tech mogul Alex? The one who mentored you in that online forum? The same. We met yesterday. He loves the concept and thinks it could scale big. Adrian sat back, shaking his head. And your family has no idea? They think I'm working overtime at the design firm. I took a sip of my latte. Mom actually praised me last night for being so dedicated to my little job. Speaking of your family, Adrian nodded toward the door. Bella walked in, followed by her friend Angela. I quickly closed my laptop. Sophia? Bella spotted us. What are you doing here? Don't you have work? It's my lunch break, I said smoothly. Hi, Angela. Angela gave me a dismissive wave, already focused on her phone. Whatever, Bella shrugged. Mom wants to know if you're coming to my car photo shoot this weekend. Angela's dad is letting us use his professional studio. Can't. Working. Again? Bella pouted. Mom's going to be upset. She says you're getting antisocial. My phone buzzed. An email notification. Order number 1 confirmed. My heart skipped a beat. I have to take this, I said, standing up. Work call. Outside the coffee shop, I pulled up the order details. Someone wanted a custom case featuring their grandmother's garden transformed into an art piece. The order note read, "Love the concept. Can't wait to see what you create." "For sale?" Adrian had followed me out. I nodded, unable to speak. "This is real, Soph. You're really doing it." "I am," I whispered. "I really am." My phone buzzed again. "Alex. Saw your first order. Remember what we discussed. Document everything. This is just the beginning." I thought back to our meeting yesterday in his sleek downtown office. "Your designs are exceptional," he had said, examining my portfolio. "But more importantly, you understand the emotional connection people have with their memories. That's what will set you apart. I've been invisible my whole life," I told him. "I know what it's like to want something meaningful, something that proves you matter." "Then let's make sure you're invisible no more." He'd signed the investment contract right there. Another buzz. "Mom." "Sophia, please reconsider the photo shoot. It would mean so much to your sister." I put my phone away without responding. "You okay?" Adrian touched my arm. "Better than okay," I said. "I need to get back to my little job so I can work on this order tonight." "Need help?" "Actually," I pulled out my tablet and showed him my production schedule. "I could use someone to help manage orders and customer service once this takes off. Someone I trust." Adrian's eyes lit up. "Are you offering me a job?" "More like a partnership. 20% stake if you're interested." "Are you serious?" "Dead serious. Alex suggested I'd need help scaling, and there's no one I trust more than you." Adrian hugged me so hard, he nearly knocked over a passing customer. "Sorry," we both called out, then burst into laughter. Back at my desk at the design firm, I opened my personal email. 30 new subscribers to my website's newsletter. 5 more people following my business Instagram. My phone buzzed yet again. "Bella. Mom's really upset you're not coming. Stop being so selfish." I started typing a response, then deleted it. Instead, I opened my design software and began working on Order Shikho-01. By the time I finished, it would be a masterpiece, proof that being invisible didn't mean being powerless. As I worked, I could hear my coworkers discussing lunch plans, client meetings, weekend schedules, normal life continuing around me while I secretly built something extraordinary. "Just wait," I whispered to myself, adding the final touches to my design. "Just wait and see." 200 orders this month. Adrian high-fived me across our makeshift office in my bedroom. "And the reviews are insane." I refreshed my business email, watching more notifications pour in. 3 months had passed since that first order, and things were moving faster than I'd imagined. "Look at this one," Adrian read from his screen. "I cried when I opened the package. My late husband's favorite fishing spot turned into this beautiful abstract design. It's like seeing our memories through new eyes." "That's your magic, Soph." A knock at my door made us both jump. "Sophia?" Mom's voice. "Dinner's ready. Adrian, you're welcome to join us." "Thanks, Mrs. Wright," Adrian called back, quickly minimizing our order management software. I slipped my laptop under my pillow. "Coming!" Downstairs, Bella was already holding court at the dinner table, Angela at her side. "Great." "So anyway," Bella continued as we sat down, "the Tesla Club is hosting this huge charity event next month, and they want me to be one of the featured drivers." "That's wonderful, honey," Mom beamed. "We'll need to get you a new outfit." Dad nodded absently, focused on his phone. "What about you, Sophia?" Angela asked with fake sweetness. "Still working late at that design place?" "Something like that." I took a bite of pasta. "She's always working." Bella rolled her eyes. "It's like you don't even live here anymore." "I pay rent," I reminded her. "Speaking of which, here's this month's check, Dad." Dad finally looked up. "Actually, about that, your mother and I were thinking it might be time for you to find your own place. Bella could use your room for her Tesla Club meetings? I nearly choked on my pasta. Adrian's fork clattered against his plate. Excuse me? Don't be dramatic, Mom waved her hand. We just think it would be good for you to have some independence. You're making decent money at your job and… When? I cut her off. Well, the club meetings start next month, so… Perfect, I stood up. I'll be out in 2 weeks. Sophia, sit down, Mom frowned. We're not finished discussing this. Actually, we are. Adrian, can you help me look at apartments tomorrow? Absolutely, he said, standing with me. Don't be ridiculous, Bella scoffed. Where are you going to find a decent place on your salary? My phone buzzed. Another order notification, then another. I'll manage, I said. Back in my room, Adrian pulled up real estate listings while I checked our sales dashboard. Holy shit, he whispered. Soph, look at this. Our monthly revenue had just crossed 6 figures. Alex was right, I said, pulling up my banking app. We're going to need a real office soon. And I know just the place. Adrian turned his screen toward me. That new development downtown, they have retail office combo units, perfect for a showroom and workspace. Another knock. Sophia? Dad this time. Can we talk? Come in. Dad entered, looking uncomfortable. Listen, about dinner, your mother didn't mean… It's fine, I cut him off. You're right. It's time for me to move out. But can you afford it? I know your job doesn't pay that much and… Dad, I met his eyes. Trust me, I can afford it. He shifted, noticing the spreadsheets on our screens. What are you two working on? Just some freelance stuff. Adrian jumped in smoothly. Extra income, you know? Dad nodded slowly. Well, good. That's good. Being responsible with money is important. After he left, Adrian let out a breath. That was close. It won't matter soon, I said, pulling up the real estate listing again. Call them. Set up a viewing for tomorrow. What about your job? The design firm? I smiled, opening my resignation letter draft. Time for that to become my freelance work instead. My phone buzzed again. Bella. Mom's crying because of you. Why do you always have to make everything difficult? Then Mom. Please be reasonable, sweetie. We're just trying to help. And finally, Alex. Quarterly numbers look exceptional. Ready to take it to the next level? I looked around my room, at the walls that had witnessed years of being overshadowed, at the desk where I'd launched my escape, at the hidden laptop still processing orders. Send the real estate agent my info, I told Adrian. I'm ready. For the office? For everything. As Adrian made the call, I heard Bella's Tesla start up in the driveway, followed by Angela's loud laughter. Once, that sound would have made me feel small, invisible. Now it just made me smile. Because while they were heading to another club meeting, I was about to sign a lease on my future. And the best part? They still had no idea what was coming. And now, please welcome our next speaker at the Young Entrepreneurs Summit, the founder of Memoryscape Designs. I straightened my blazer, heart pounding as I walked onto the stage. 6 months since that forgotten birthday, and here I was, addressing a packed auditorium. Hi, I'm Sophia, I began, my voice steady despite the nerves, and I turn memories into art. From the front row, Alex gave me an encouraging nod. Adrian, manning our product display in the expo hall, had texted me a string of emoji encouragement just minutes before. The presentation flew by, our growth metrics, customer testimonials, expansion plans. The audience leaned forward when I revealed our latest numbers. Over $500,000 in revenue last quarter. Questions? The moderator opened the floor. A woman in a sharp suit stood up. Your growth is impressive. Are you considering venture capital? We're actually, I started, but a familiar voice cut me off. Oh my God, Sophia. Angela stood at the back of the room, phone already recording. Next to her, Bella's mouth hung open. Keep it professional, I reminded myself. As I was saying, we're currently in talks with several investors, but maintaining our creative integrity is crucial. More questions followed, but I barely heard them. My sister's presence was like a spotlight I hadn't asked for, exactly what I'd been avoiding these past months. After the session, I tried to slip out the back, but Bella caught up. "What the actual hell?" She grabbed my arm. "This is what you've been hiding? You're some kind of CEO now." "Founder and creative director, actually," I corrected, gently removing her hand. "Excuse me, I need to get back to our booth." "Does Mom know about this? Is this why you moved out so fast? Why didn't you tell us?" "Bella, I have investors to meet." "But I'm your sister." "Yes," I turned to face her. "The sister who got a Tesla for my birthday. The sister who needed my room for her car club. That sister." Angela appeared, still filming. "This is wild. Wait till everyone sees—" "If you post that," I cut in, "my lawyers will have it taken down before you can count your likes. Now, if you'll excuse me." I walked away, my heels clicking against the marble floor, leaving them staring after me. At our booth, Adrian was swamped with potential buyers and investors. "There she is," he called out. "Sophia, meet Marcus from Silicon Valley Partners. He's very interested in our expansion plans." The rest of the day passed in a blur of business cards and handshakes. By closing time, we had 3 potential investment offers and a major retail chain wanting to discuss exclusive partnerships. "Drink?" Adrian suggested as we packed up. "You deserve it after today." "Can't. Meeting Alex for dinner to discuss the offers." My phone had been buzzing non-stop since Bella's appearance. "Mom, what's this about you running a company? Call me immediately." "Dad, your mother is very upset. We need to talk." "Bella, you're being ridiculous. Why are you acting like this?" "Angela, at least let me post about your success. I'm trying to help." "You know you'll have to deal with them eventually," Adrian said gently, noticing my expression. "I know, but not today." At the upscale restaurant, Alex was already waiting with a bottle of champagne. "To the newest rising star in tech accessories," he raised his glass, "and to proving everyone wrong." "They showed up today," I told him, explaining the encounter. "Perfect timing, actually." Alex pulled out his tablet. "Look what just went live." He showed me the article. "Memoryscape, how this 24-year-old turned personal photos into $1 million business." "It's trending," he smiled. "Your family won't be able to ignore this one." My phone buzzed again, a text from an unknown number. "Saw your presentation. Impressive work. Would love to discuss featuring you in our 30 under 30 list." Forbes. "Alex," I said slowly, I may have mentioned you to some people," he winked. "Success is the best revenge, but publicity makes it sweeter." Later that night, in my new apartment overlooking the city, I finally opened my family's messages. The latest was from Dad. "Just saw the article. We had no idea. Can we meet?" I walked to my home office, where a wall displayed our most popular designs. In the center hung my first creation, a swirling, abstract pattern based on a photo of my childhood bedroom, the one I'd been asked to vacate. My phone buzzed one last time. "Bella." "Mom's crying again, but this time I think they're different tears." I smiled, thinking of tomorrow's meetings, of our expansion plans, of the Forbes photo shoot being scheduled. "Different tears indeed," I whispered, and turned off my phone. The cafe was my choice, neutral ground, public, and most importantly, with an easy escape route. I arrived early, ordering my usual latte and claiming a corner table where I could see the door. Mom and Dad walked in exactly on time, looking smaller somehow, less intimidating than I remembered. "Sophia," Mom reached for a hug, but I stepped back, gesturing to the chairs. "Let's sit." They exchanged glances before settling in. Dad cleared his throat. "You look different," he said. "Success does that," I replied, watching Mom flinch. "So you wanted to meet?" "We saw the Forbes article," Mom began, "and the television segment, and the everything. Why didn't you tell us?" "When should I have told you?" During Bella's car photo shoot, or maybe while you were kicking me out of my room. We weren't kicking you out, Mom protested. We were just suggesting that I wasn't worth the space I occupied, I finished. Message received. Dad leaned forward. Sweetheart, we had no idea you were capable of all this. That's the problem, isn't it? You never bothered to find out what I was capable of. The cafe door chimed. Adrian walked in, right on schedule, my backup plan if things got too intense. Is that why you're doing this? Mom asked. To punish us? No, I took a sip of my latte. I'm doing this because I'm good at it. The fact that it makes you uncomfortable is just a bonus. Your sister is devastated, Mom tried again. She feels betrayed. Bella feels upstaged, I corrected. There's a difference. Speaking of stages, Dad pulled out his phone. We saw you're speaking at the National Business Innovation Conference next month. We thought maybe. You want to come? I finished. They nodded eagerly. The same way you came to my college graduation, or my first art show, or any of my birthdays? That's not fair, Mom's voice cracked. No, it wasn't fair. But life rarely is, right? Isn't that what you always told me when Bella got everything and I got nothing? Adrian caught my eye from across the cafe, raising an eyebrow. I shook my head slightly. I had this under control. We made mistakes, Dad admitted. But we're trying now. Now that I'm successful, now that I'm in magazines and on TV, now that people know who I am. You're our daughter. Mom reached for my hand. I pulled back. I have a meeting, I stood up. My assistant will send you tickets to the conference, front row, so everyone can see you being supportive parents. Isn't that what you want? Sophia, please, Mom's eyes welled up. We love you. You love what I've become, I corrected. There's a difference. As I walked toward the door, Dad called out, Will you at least come to dinner? Your sister, she misses you. I turned back. Bella doesn't miss me. She misses being the center of attention. Tell her she can have her old spotlight back. I've built my own. Adrian fell into step beside me outside. You okay? Never better. I checked my phone. The conference organizers want to know if I need extra tickets for family. What should I tell them? Tell them yes, I smiled. Let's give my family front row seats to what they missed all these years. My phone buzzed. A text from Bella. Mom's a mess after your meeting. Why are you being so cruel? Then another. BTW. Angela's dad knows someone at Forbes. Maybe they'd want to do a story about me too. I showed Adrian the messages, laughing. Some things never change. Speaking of change, he pulled up our sales dashboard. We just hit $2 million in monthly revenue. Alex wants to discuss international expansion. I looked back through the cafe window. Mom was crying into Dad's shoulder, her coffee untouched. Schedule the meeting with Alex, I said, and book that billboard on their drive to work. The one they'll see every morning? That's the one. Let's make sure they never forget what they overlooked. Another text from Bella. Fine, be that way, but don't expect me to support your little business. I typed back, Don't worry, sis. I learned from the best how to succeed without family support. Adrian whistled. Cold. No, I watched my parents leave the cafe, shoulders slumped. Just honest. My phone buzzed one last time. Alex. Conference preparations on track. Ready to announce the expansion? I looked at the cafe, then at my office building gleaming in the distance, and finally at my parents' retreating figures. Tell them I'm ready, I replied, and make sure the photographers get my good side. Which is that? Adrian teased. The side my family never saw coming. And now, please welcome to the stage the founder and CEO of Memoryscape, speaking about revolutionizing personal tech accessories. The conference hall was packed, 3,000 people, and in the front row, exactly as planned, sat my family. Mom in her Sunday best, Dad in his only suit, and Bella, looking uncomfortable in business attire that still somehow managed to show too much skin. Thank you, I took the podium. Let me tell you about being invisible. The audience leaned in. 3 years ago, I was working at a design firm, creating other people's visions while my own gathered dust. I lived at home, paid rent for a room I was told I didn't deserve, and watched my dreams slip away. Mom shifted in her seat. Then I realized something. Being invisible doesn't mean being powerless. Sometimes it means having the perfect cover to build something extraordinary. I clicked to the first slide. My bedroom turned office from those early days. This is where Memoryscape began. Not in a Silicon Valley garage, but in a room I was told I needed to vacate for someone else's hobby. Dad coughed, looking down. Today, we're announcing our expansion into Europe and Asia. Our app launches next month, and we've partnered with 3 major phone manufacturers to offer our designs as premium options. Applause erupted. Bella's face had gone pale. But more importantly, I continued, we're launching the Memoryscape Foundation, providing grants to overlooked artists and entrepreneurs, because sometimes the most brilliant ideas come from the people nobody sees. The standing ovation was immediate. As I left the stage, Alex met me with a champagne flute. Brutal, he grinned. Brilliant, but brutal. Ms. Wright, a reporter pushed forward. Your family is here today. How do they feel about your success? I turned, camera-ready smile in place. Why don't we ask them? Mom stood frozen. Dad fumbled with his tie. But Bella, dear, predictable Bella, grabbed the moment. We're so proud, she gushed, reaching for my arm. I always knew my sister would... Actually, I stepped back. My family is experiencing my success exactly as I experienced their support, from a distance. The reporter's eyes widened. Are you saying... I'm saying some people prefer Tesla photo shoots to supporting their children's dreams. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have investors waiting. I walked away, hearing the furious scribbling of the reporter's pen. Sophia, Mom's voice called out. Please, just wait. I turned. For what? Another forgotten birthday? Another room I need to vacate? You're making a scene, Bella hissed. No, I'm making history. There's a difference. Adrian appeared with perfect timing. Sophia, the Japanese investors are ready. Your sister is trying to talk to you, Dad said firmly. And I'm trying to run a global company, I replied. Guess which one takes priority? When did you become so cold? Mom whispered. Around the same time you became so interested in my life. Funny how success changes people's perception, isn't it? Bella stepped forward. At least let me post about the expansion on my social media. I have followers who want to see your Tesla, I finished. No thanks. We have a marketing team. Ms. Wright? A young girl approached, clutching one of our phone cases. Could I get your autograph? Your story? It inspired me to start my own business. I smiled, genuinely this time. What's your name? Sarah. I was invisible too. Not anymore, I signed her case. And neither am I. Looking back at my family, I added, sometimes the best revenge is becoming everything people said you couldn't be. Revenge? Dad's voice cracked. Is that what this is? No, I straightened my jacket. This is business. The revenge was just a bonus. Adrian touched my arm. The investors? Right, I nodded. Mom, Dad, Bella, thanks for coming. The exit is clearly marked, just like my success. As I walked away, I heard Bella's voice. She's just jealous because... Shut up, Bella, Dad cut her off. Just shut up. In the meeting room, Alex was already charming the investors. Ah, here she is, the woman who turned personal photos into global art. Speaking of photos, I smiled, pulling up our new campaign. Wait until you see what's next. My phone buzzed, a text from Adrian. Billboard just went live, the one on their route home. I opened the attachment. There it was, 40 feet high, my face, my company, my success. The tagline read, sometimes the biggest dreams come from the smallest rooms. Another buzz. Mom, we get it. You've made your point. Please, can we just talk? I showed Alex the billboard photo. He laughed. Now that's what I call a statement piece. No, I replied, watching through the window as my family left the building. That's what I call justice. The annual Tech Innovation Gala was everything they said it would be. Crystal chandeliers, flowing champagne, and Silicon Valley's finest all in one room. I adjusted my designer dress, a far cry from the hand-me-downs I used to wear. Ready? Adrian appeared beside me, dapper in his tuxedo. Born ready. We entered the ballroom just as the MC announced, and our Rising Star Award goes to Sophia of Memoryscape Designs. The spotlight found me as applause erupted. I made my way to the stage, passing table after table of industry giants who were now my peers. And there, at a table near the front, my family. Mom in a dress that still had the tags on, Dad looking uncomfortable in a rented tux, and Bella, wearing white to someone else's awards ceremony. Thank you, I began, gripping the crystal award. They say success is the best revenge, but I've learned it's actually something else. Success is the best mirror. It shows people exactly what they missed, what they overlooked, what they threw away. The room fell silent. A year ago, I was told I needed to vacate my bedroom for a car club. Today, that same room's photo is on our company's billboard. Funny how life works. Mom dabbed at her eyes with a napkin. But this award isn't about revenge. It's about visibility, about showing every overlooked person that they don't need permission to shine. They just need to believe in themselves when no one else will. The applause was deafening. As I stepped down, Alex intercepted me. The acquisition offer just doubled, he whispered. They want to announce tonight. Before I could respond, Bella appeared. Nice speech, she said, voice dripping with sarcasm. Very subtle. Unlike your dress, at least I earned my spotlight. Ms. Wright, a photographer called out. Family photo? No, I said firmly. No family photos. Sophia, Mom approached, mascara slightly smeared. Please, we're trying. Trying? I laughed. Now that I'm successful, now that I'm winning awards, where was this trying when I needed it? You're being ridiculous, Bella snapped. We're your family. No, I turned to face them fully. You're people who share my DNA. Adrian is family. Alex is family. They believed in me when you were too busy planning Tesla photo shoots. Dad stepped forward. We made mistakes. Mistakes? I cut him off. Let's talk about mistakes. Remember my college graduation? When you left early because Bella had a dance recital? Or my first art show when you didn't show up at all? Or every birthday that became about her somehow? The nearby tables had gone quiet, listening. Those weren't mistakes, I continued. Those were choices, and now you get to live with them. The press is watching, Bella hissed. Good, I smiled. Let them watch. Let them write about how success doesn't just change the person who achieves it, it changes everyone who ignored them on their way up. Alex appeared at my elbow. Time for the announcement? Perfect timing, I nodded. Mom, Dad, Bella, enjoy the rest of your evening. I have a $100 million acquisition to announce. Mom gasped. Dad's glass slipped from his hand, shattering on the floor. 100 million? Bella stammered. Give or take a few million, I shrugged. But don't worry, I won't need to borrow your Tesla anymore. As I walked away, I heard Bella's shrill voice. But what about me? I'm your sister. Don't I get anything? I turned back one last time. You got everything for 24 years. Now it's my turn. The rest of the night passed in a blur of congratulations and champagne toasts. The acquisition announcement made headlines within hours. My phone buzzed constantly with messages from my family. Mom, please, we can fix this. Dad, we're so sorry. We didn't know. Bella, this isn't fair. I'm your sister. At least give me a job or something. I showed the messages to Adrian, who snorted. Some people never learn. No, I agreed, watching my family leave the gala early, heads down. They don't. Later, as the party wound down, Alex found me on the balcony. You know, he said carefully, revenge might feel good now, but this isn't about revenge anymore, I cut him off. This is about justice, about balance, about karma finally catching up. My phone buzzed one final time. A message from Angela. OMG, just heard about the acquisition. I always believed in you. Want to get coffee? I deleted it without responding and looked out over the city lights toward the billboard with my face on it. Ready to go? Adrian asked. Almost, I smiled, raising my champagne glass toward the night sky. I just want to enjoy the view a little longer. After all, I'd earned it. The moving trucks pulled away from my parents' house as I sat in my car, watching. They'd finally sold it, the house where I'd spent 24 years being invisible. The billboard with my face still loomed overhead, a silent witness. My phone buzzed. Adrian. Sure you want to do this? On my way, I texted back. The drive to my new office building took 15 minutes. Not the downtown space we'd started in. This was different. This was the old Carter photography studio where Bella had done her Tesla photo shoot. I'd bought it last week. Mom's car was already in the parking lot. Dad's too. And there was Bella's Tesla, looking slightly less shiny these days. They're inside. Adrian met me at the door. Alex is keeping them calm. I straightened my jacket and walked into what used to be the main studio space. The room where Bella had posed with her car was now filled with framed photos, hundreds of them. Every moment they'd missed, every achievement they'd ignored, all professionally documented and displayed. What is this? Mom whispered, staring at a photo of my empty seat at my art show opening. Memory lane, I said, making them jump. Like what I do with phone cases, but bigger, more personal. These are all... Dad trailed off, looking at a photo of himself reading the newspaper, while I showed him my college acceptance letter. Moments you missed? Yes? I walked to the center of the room. But that's not why you're here. Bella stood in front of a particularly large photo, her Tesla photo shoot, but in the background you could see me through the studio window working on my first business plan. Why are we here? She asked quietly. Because it's time to end this. I pressed a button. The lights dimmed and new photos illuminated, ones they hadn't seen before. Me at the office, laughing with Adrian, speaking at conferences, helping young entrepreneurs, living, succeeding, thriving. I spent years being angry, I said, watching their faces. Years planning the perfect revenge. And I got it. The success, the money, the recognition. I made you feel as small as you made me feel. Sophia, Mom started. Let me finish. The thing about revenge is it doesn't fill the hole. It just digs new ones. I walked to a covered frame at the end of the room. So this is it. My last act of revenge. Or maybe it's forgiveness. I'm not sure there's a difference anymore. I pulled the cover off. It was a new phone case design, a collage of family photos, both good moments and bad, swirled into something beautiful and painful and real. This is our story, I said. All of it. The favoritism, the neglect, the revenge, the success. I'm releasing it as a limited edition. All proceeds go to a new foundation. What foundation? Dad asked. The Wright Family Foundation for Overlooked Artists, because sometimes the best way to heal old wounds is to prevent new ones. Bella stepped forward. Why are you doing this? Because carrying anger is exhausting. Because success means nothing if you're still fighting old battles. Because... I took a deep breath. Because you're still my family, even if we need to redefine what that means. What does it mean? Mom's voice cracked. It means no more pretending, no more perfect family photos. We're messy and broken and real. Take it or leave it. And if we take it, Dad asked, then we start over. Not as the perfect family, but as people who acknowledge their mistakes and try to do better. Bella touched the phone case design. Even me? Even you, but on equal footing this time. No pedestals, no shadows. I turned to leave, then stopped. Oh, and Bella? The Tesla Club called. They're looking for a new meeting space since the house sold. I hear there's a room available here. You'd let me use the space? Yes, because that's what family does when they're ready to do it right. Mom was crying openly now. Dad looked years older. Bella just stared at the phone case. Take your time, I said. Look at the photos. Really look at them. Then decide if you're ready for what comes next. Adrian waited by the door. You okay? No, I smiled, but I will be. My phone buzzed. Alex. New York Times wants to cover the foundation launch. Ready? I looked back at my family, still moving through the gallery of moments. The missed ones, the painful ones, and now maybe the healing ones. Tell them yes, I replied, but make sure they understand. This isn't a story about revenge anymore. What is it about? Adrian asked. Through the window, I could see my billboard starting to come down, making way for something new. It's about what happens after revenge, I said. When you finally let yourself be seen, not as who they made you, but as who you chose to become.
I used to measure my worth by the number of times my family called for help. Yesenia, can you pick up Mum's prescriptions? Yesenia, I need a ride to work. Yesenia, can you watch the kids? I was their rock, their solution to every problem, their eternal safety net. Until the day I became the problem. My name is Yesenia, and I never thought I'd be sitting in a doctor's office alone, gripping the armrest so hard my knuckles turned white, hearing words that would shatter my world. The tests came back positive. It's stage 2 breast cancer. Dr. Marshall's voice faded into a distant hum as I stared at the pamphlets on his desk. The same desk where I'd sat countless times with my mother, translating her symptoms into English, or with my sister Vienna during her pregnancy scares. Now it was my turn, and the chair beside me was empty. Do you have someone we can call? Dr. Marshall asked, his pen hovering over his notepad. My family, I said automatically, reaching for my phone. They'll want to know. My hands trembled as I dialed Vienna's number first. She answered on the 4th ring, the sound of her kids screaming in the background. Yessie, I'm kind of busy right now. I'm at the doctor's, I cut in, my voice cracking. It's cancer. The background noise suddenly died. Oh my God, she whispered. Are you sure? Stage 2 breast cancer. Let me call you back, she interrupted. Isaiah just got here and Mum's waiting for us to pick her up for lunch. I'll call you later, okay? The line went dead before I could respond. That evening, they all showed up at my apartment. Mom, Vienna, and Isaiah. They brought casseroles I didn't ask for and worried looks that didn't quite reach their eyes. We'll help however we can, Mum said, arranging the food in my fridge. But you know I can't drive you to appointments. My arthritis. I've got the kids, Vienna added quickly. And work. But maybe on weekends. Isaiah shifted uncomfortably. My new job's really demanding, sis, but I'll try to check in when I can. I nodded, smile frozen in place, already seeing the shape of things to come. Within weeks, their promises evaporated like morning dew. My calls went to voicemail. Text messages received brief, delayed responses. Sorry, busy. Can't today. Maybe next time. The final blow came 6 weeks later. I was sitting in my hospital room after my first round of chemo, violently ill and desperately alone. Through the thin curtain, I heard familiar voices in the hallway. I can't keep doing this, Vienna was saying. The kids need me. Work needs me. She's becoming such a burden. I know, Mum replied softly. But what can we do? She's always been the strong one. She'll figure it out. Maybe we should look into some kind of facility, Isaiah suggested. You know, where they handle these things. I pressed my hands against my mouth, muffling the sob that threatened to escape. These were the same people I'd dropped everything for countless times. The same sister whose children I'd watched while she pursued her career. The same brother whose rent I'd covered during his finding himself phase. The same mother whose medical appointments I'd never missed. A nurse found me an hour later, still crying. Her name tag read Sarah, and she had kind eyes that crinkled at the corners. "Honey," she said, checking my IV, "sometimes family isn't who you're born to, but who shows up when you need them most." I wiped my eyes with the scratchy hospital tissue. "I don't have anyone else," she smiled, pressing a flyer into my hand. "There's a support group that meets here every Tuesday. Cancer survivors and fighters supporting each other. Give it a try." I stared at the paper, my vision blurring. "I don't know. What's the worst that could happen?" She squeezed my shoulder. "You're already alone, aren't you?" That night, I lay in my empty apartment, surrounded by the evidence of my family's gradual disappearance. Unanswered messages, cancelled plans, hollow promises. The flyer sat on my nightstand, a beacon in the darkness. As I drifted off to sleep, my sister's words echoed in my head. Such a burden. I'd spent my whole life being the family anchor, and now they'd cut me loose to drown. But maybe, just maybe, that nurse was right. Maybe it was time to find out who would actually show up when I needed them most. Little did I know that support group flyer would become my lifeline, and the beginning of something much bigger than my family could ever imagine. The hospital basement wasn't exactly welcoming. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead as I followed the hand-drawn signs to Room B14 Cancer Support Group. My steps echoed in the empty corridor, each one screaming at me to turn back. "First time?" A warm voice startled me. A tall man with kind eyes and a shaved head stood by the door, holding a stack of paper cups. "I'm Aaron. I lead this little band of warriors." "I'm Yesenia," I managed, tugging self-consciously at my headscarf. "The nurse upstairs, Sarah. She suggested I come." "Ah, Sarah, our best recruiter." He grinned, gesturing toward the room. "Come on in. We're just getting started." The circle of chairs wasn't full. Maybe 10 people total. A young woman with vibrant tattoos covering her arms caught my eye and waved enthusiastically. "New blood," she called out. "Come sit by me. I'm Callie." I settled into the metal folding chair, clutching my purse like a shield. Aaron took his place in the circle, balancing a coffee pot on his knee. "Welcome, everyone," he began. "We have a new friend today. Yesenia, would you like to share?" My throat tightened. I don't... "Hey, no pressure," Callie interrupted, shooting Aaron a look. "When I first came here, I couldn't say a word. Just cried for 3 meetings straight." A few knowing chuckles rippled through the group. Someone passed me a tissue box. "Stage 2 breast cancer," I finally said. "Diagnosed 6 weeks ago." "Support system?" Aaron asked gently. I stared at my hands. Not anymore. "Family? Bailed?" Callie's voice was sharp. When I nodded, she snorted. "Welcome to the club, honey. My husband left 2 weeks after my diagnosis. Said he couldn't handle it." "My kids stopped calling," an elderly woman added. "Too busy with their lives to deal with a sick mother." "That's why we're here," Aaron said, pouring coffee into cups. "Sometimes the family you choose is stronger than the family you're born into." The meeting continued, stories flowing freely. Tales of triumph, of fear, of rage, of hope. No platitudes, no toxic positivity, just raw, honest truth. Afterward, Callie caught up with me in the parking lot. "Hey, wait up. Give me your phone." "What?" "Your phone. You're not doing this alone anymore." She grabbed my iPhone, typing quickly. "There. Now you have my number. Text me anytime. Day, night, whatever. We cancer bitches gotta stick together." I smiled, my first genuine smile in weeks. "Thanks. First chemo next week?" "Second, actually. Tuesday at 9. "Perfect. I'll be there. I'm getting my infusion at 10 anyway." She saw my surprise and shrugged. Nobody should sit through that alone. True to her word, Callie showed up on Tuesday, armed with magazines, snacks, and a portable DVD player. Trust me, hospital TV sucks. As the drugs dripped into my veins, we watched bad reality shows and shared stories. She told me about her ex-husband, how he'd packed his bags while she was still in the hospital. But look at me now, she said, flexing her tattooed arm. Each new piece of ink marks another milestone. This phoenix, that's from when my hair grew back. The lotus, first clean scan. You make it sound so manageable. It's not. It's hell. But you know what's worse? Letting those who abandoned us win. She leaned forward, eyes intense. They expect us to disappear, become invisible, to be their burden and fade away. Screw that. The nurse came to check my vitals, frowning at my elevated heart rate. Everything okay? Never better, I said and meant it. That night, my phone buzzed with a group text. Callie had added me to something called Cancer Warriors Squad. Messages poured in, welcome notes, emoji hearts, offers of help. Need a ride to appointments. I'm free most mornings. Maria. Got some headscarves I'm not using anymore? Different colours? Jen. Movie night this Saturday at my place. No sad films allowed. Callie. I was typing a response when another text came through. From Vienna. Hey, sis. Sorry I've been busy. How are you? For the first time, I didn't immediately reply. Instead, I turned back to the group chat, where Callie was organising a schedule for chemo buddy sessions. Count me in, I typed, and I'm never becoming invisible again. The responses were immediate. Hell yeah! That's our girl! Aita, welcome to the family. I set my phone down, looking around my apartment. The space that had felt so empty now seemed full of possibility. My old family might have walked away, but something told me this new one wasn't going anywhere. And neither was I. You did what? Callie's voice echoed through my kitchen as she rummaged through my cabinets, replacing my processed foods with organic alternatives. 2 months had passed since my first support group meeting, and she'd appointed herself my unofficial health guru. I blocked their numbers, I repeated, watching her work. All of them. Mom, Vienna, Isaiah. About damn time. She set down a bag of quinoa with unnecessary force. How long has it been since any of them actually showed up? 6 weeks? Mom sent a thinking of you text last month. Vienna keeps posting on Facebook about how hard it is having a sick sister. Callie rolled her eyes. Yeah, must be really tough for her, posting sympathy bait while she's at brunch. The doorbell rang, interrupting our conversation. Aaron stood there with Maria and 2 other women from the group, all carrying containers of food. Meal train delivery, Maria announced, pushing past me into the kitchen. We've got enough to fill your freezer for the next 2 weeks. You guys didn't have to? Shut up and accept the love, Callie called from the kitchen. That's rule number 1 of Cancer Warriors Squad. As they unpacked the food, I noticed Aaron hanging back, watching with a slight smile. Penny, for your thoughts? I asked, or just remembering when Callie first joined the group, he said. Angry, scared, wouldn't let anyone help her. Now look. I followed his gaze to where Callie was demonstrating proper food storage techniques to Maria, her tattoos catching the afternoon light. She told me her story yesterday, I said. About her ex-husband, her old friends. Aaron nodded. She lost everything, or so she thought. Then she built something better. He turned to me. That's what you're doing too, you know. Before I could respond, Callie clapped her hands. Squad meeting! Living room now! We gathered on my mismatched furniture, a collection of pieces donated by group members when they learned I'd sold most of mine to cover medical bills. Okay, so I had this idea, Callie began, practically vibrating with excitement. You know how the hospital's annual charity gala is coming up? Maria groaned. That stuffy thing where rich people pretend to care? Exactly. But what if we did our own event? Something real, something that shows what cancer actually looks like. Not just the sad commercials and pink ribbons, but the people who show up and the people who don't. The room went quiet. Aaron leaned forward. What are you thinking? A charity event, but honest. Stories from survivors, fighters, families who stepped up, resources for people going through it alone. Callie turned to me. Yesenia could be our keynote speaker. Me? I squeaked. I'm not even done with treatment. That's exactly why it should be you. You're living it right now. The good, the bad, the people who disappeared, and the family you found instead. And your old family? Maria asked quietly. Would you invite them? The question hung in the air. I thought about my mother's excuses. Vienna's performative social media posts. Isaiah's complete silence. Yes, I said finally. Let them see what they walked away from. Let them see who showed up instead. Callie whooped, jumping up to hug me. That's my girl. Aaron, you know people at the hospital, right? Can you help us get space? I might know someone in event planning, he said, pulling out his phone. Let me make a call. As the group buzzed with excitement, planning and delegating tasks, I felt something shift inside me. This wasn't just about survival anymore. This was about transformation. What should we call it? Maria asked. Never invisible, I said without hesitation. Because that's what they wanted us to be, isn't it? Invisible burdens they could ignore? Callie's eyes welled up. Damn right. And look at us now. We're practically glowing. That evening, after everyone left, I sat in my living room, surrounded by evidence of their care. Organised cabinets, full freezer, event plans scribbled on notepads. My phone buzzed with a Facebook notification. Vienna had posted another status about her brave sister's battle. I opened my laptop and began typing. Dear Vienna, Mom, and Isaiah, you're invited to an event I'm organising. I attached the preliminary flyer Callie had designed, complete with my name listed as keynote speaker. Then I added, I hope you can make it. I have some things to say about family, about showing up, and about becoming visible again. Love, Yesenia. I hit send before I could second-guess myself. Then I opened the group chat. Email sent. No turning back now. The responses flooded in immediately. We've got you. They won't know what hit them. Time to shine, warrior. For the first time since my diagnosis, I felt truly powerful. They tried to make me disappear, but instead I was about to become impossible to ignore. The venue's too small, Meki said, pacing the hospital conference room. As the event director, he'd taken our modest proposal and transformed it into something bigger than any of us had imagined. We've got twice the RSVPs we expected. How many? I asked, looking up from my draft speech. 300 and counting. Local news wants to cover it. 2 cancer research foundations called this morning about sponsorship. He ran a hand through his close-cropped hair. Yesenia, this isn't just an event anymore. It's becoming a movement. Callie burst through the door, waving her phone. You're trending. I'm what? Your story. Someone shared it on Twitter, and it's exploding. Look. She thrust her phone at me. My email to my family had somehow leaked online, along with Vienna's social media posts about her brave sister. The contrast between her words and actions had struck a nerve. My family abandoned me during cancer is trending, Meki read over my shoulder. The responses... I scrolled through them, my hand shaking. This happened to me too. Never invisible. Where can I donate to this event? Someone, please, tell me when and where this is happening. Oh, God, I whispered. What have we started? Something necessary, Aaron said from the doorway. He entered with a stack of papers. The hospital board just approved moving the event to the main auditorium. They're waiving all fees. My phone buzzed. A text from Vienna. Just saw your email and the Twitter trend. What are you trying to prove? Before I could respond, another message appeared from Mum. Why are you doing this to us? We're your family. Don't answer them, Callie said firmly, taking my phone. Save it for the speech. Mekki cleared his throat. Speaking of the speech, we should work on that. The media attention means every word will matter. We spent the next 3 hours crafting my message. No accusations, no bitterness, just truth. Raw, unfiltered truth about abandonment, about finding strength in unexpected places, about redefining family. Read that last part again, Mekki said, his eyes intense. I picked up the paper. Family isn't measured by blood or birth certificates. It's measured by who shows up when the world goes dark. It's measured by who stays when staying gets hard. Sometimes, the family you find loves you better than the family you were given. That's it, he whispered. That's the heart of everything. A knock at the door interrupted us. A reporter from the local news station stood there with a cameraman. We heard about what you're doing, she said. Would you be willing to do an interview? I looked at my support squad. Callie nodded encouragingly. Aaron gave a thumbs up, and Mekki stepped forward with his event planner smile. Give us 10 minutes to set up, he said professionally. During those 10 minutes, my phone exploded with notifications. Isaiah had finally broken his silence with a long text about how I was tearing the family apart. 3 of my aunts called to ask why I was airing dirty laundry. Vienna posted another status about forgiveness and understanding. You don't have to do this, Aaron said quietly as the camera crew set up. We can stop now. I thought about all the others like me, sitting alone in hospital rooms, checking phones that never ring, watching families walk away. Yes, I do, I replied. Not just for me anymore. The interview was surprisingly easy. The words flowed naturally as I described the isolation, the support group, the unexpected family I'd found. I didn't bash my biological family. I simply told the truth about their choices and the consequences. And what do you hope people take away from your event? The reporter asked. That invisible doesn't mean gone, that abandoned doesn't mean broken, that sometimes the best families are the ones we build ourselves. After they left, Mekki showed me the event's registration page on his laptop. The numbers were still climbing. We're going to need more chairs, he said, but his smile was proud. And Yesenia, you're going to need a better outfit than that hospital gown. Shopping trip, Callie declared. Cancer Warriors Squad, assemble! As they discussed outfit options and camera angles, my phone buzzed one more time. A text from my mother. Please don't do this. We can work this out privately. I showed it to Callie, who snorted. Little late for privacy now. They had their chance to show up. Now they get to watch you shine. Looking around the room at my new family, Callie with her fierce loyalty, Aaron with his quiet strength, Mekki with his unwavering support, I realized something. I wasn't just planning an event anymore. I was leading a revolution of the forgotten, the abandoned, the ones who refused to disappear. And we were just getting started. The coffee shop was neutral territory, public enough to feel safe, private enough for the conversation I'd been dreading. Vienna sat across from me, stirring her latte with mechanical precision, her designer purse positioned like a barrier between us. You look, she paused, searching for words, different. Cancer does that, I replied, touching my headscarf, a vibrant blue one Callie had given me. Among other things. Mum's upset, you know, she can barely sleep. Funny how my cancer didn't keep her up, but this does. Vienna flinched. That's not fair. We were all dealing with it the best we could. By not dealing with it at all. A text lit up my phone. Callie, you okay? Need backup? I'm 5 minutes away. I smiled, typing back. I'm good. Standing my ground. Who's that? Vienna asked, peering at my phone. One of your new friends? Family, I corrected. The ones who showed up. We're your family, Yesenia. Your real family. The barista called out another order, filling the awkward silence between us. I watched Vienna's perfectly manicured fingers drum against her cup. Why are you really here? I asked finally. The event, she said. It's all over social media. People from church are asking questions. Mum's friends are calling. Even Isaiah's boss saw the interview. Embarrassing for you, I imagine. It's not about embarrassment, she leaned forward. It's about privacy. About handling things within the family. Privacy, I laughed, drawing looks from nearby tables. Like your Facebook posts about your brave sister's battle while you ignored my calls? That kind of privacy? I was trying to show support. You were performing support. There's a difference. I pulled out my phone, scrolling through screenshots. Let's see. March 15th. Watching my sister fight this terrible disease is breaking my heart. That was the day I begged you to drive me to chemo. You said you were too busy. I had the kids. April 3rd. Family is everything during times like these. That was when Mum told the hospital staff not to call her anymore because it was too stressful. Stop it, Vienna whispered. May 1st. Sometimes the strongest people face the hardest battles. Posted right after Isaiah suggested putting me in a facility because I was too much to handle. What do you want from us? Her voice cracked. Nothing anymore. That's the point. I stood up, gathering my things. The event isn't about exposing you. It's about showing others like me that disappearing isn't the only option. We'll be there, she said quickly. All of us. We'll show everyone we support you. No, I replied. You'll show everyone what you lost. My phone buzzed again. Meki this time. Emergency event meeting. Big sponsors want to talk. I have to go, I told Vienna. My family needs me. The walk to my car felt longer than usual. When I reached it, I found Callie leaning against the driver's side door. Couldn't stay away, could you? I asked. Nope. How'd it go? About what you'd expect. They're coming to the event? Good. Her smile was fierce. Let them see what real support looks like. At the hospital, Meki and Aaron were waiting with news that made my head spin. 3 major cancer research foundations wanted to partner with us. A national morning show wanted to feature our story. This is bigger than we imagined, Aaron said, spreading papers across the conference table. Your story touched something in people. The abandoned, the forgotten, they're all coming forward. We've got stories pouring in, Meki added. People wanting to share their experiences, offering to help, asking how they can start their own support networks. My phone buzzed yet again. Mum this time. Please reconsider what you're doing. We can fix this. Callie read the message over my shoulder and snorted. Little late for fixing, isn't it? Way too late, I agreed, putting my phone away. So what's next? Next, Meki said, pulling up a presentation on his laptop. We show them exactly what they walked away from. Not just you, all of us, every person who was told they were too much, too difficult, too sick to love. The Warrior Squad goes national, Callie added with a grin. Looking at their eager faces. My real family, my chosen family. I felt stronger than I had in months. The cancer was still there, still fighting, but so was I. And I wasn't fighting alone anymore. Let's do it, I said. Let's show them all what invisible looks like in the spotlight. The room erupted in cheers and hugs. As we began planning the expanded event, I realized Vienna was right about one thing. I was different now. I was visible, I was powerful, and I was loved. Just not by the people who should have loved me first. The hospital auditorium hummed with energy. Hundreds of people filled the seats, many wearing blue scarves like mine. Our symbol had caught on faster than we'd expected. Camera crews lined the back wall, and volunteers wearing never invisible t-shirts guided latecomers to their seats. 5 minutes! Meki called from backstage, where I paced in my new blue dress. Yesenia, stop walking. You'll wear out your shoes before you even get out there. They're here, Callie announced, peeking through the curtain. Front row, looking uncomfortable as hell. I didn't need to ask who she meant. How do they look? Like people who just realised they backed the wrong horse. Your mum keeps fixing her hair, Vienna's on her phone, and Isaiah looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. Aaron appeared with a bottle of water. Remember what we practiced. You're not speaking to them. You're speaking to everyone else in that room who knows what it feels like. Speaking of which, Meki interrupted, you need to see this. He led me to a side curtain and gestured to the audience. Mixed among the crowd were dozens of people holding up small signs. Abandoned by husband of 20 years. My children stopped calling. Parents said I was too much trouble. They're all here for you, Callie whispered. For us. The stage lights dimmed, and Meki gave me a gentle push. That's your cue. Show them what visible looks like. My heels clicked against the stage as I approached the podium. The spotlight felt warm on my face, and for a moment, everything went quiet. Then I saw them. My mother's forced smile, Vienna's nervous fidgeting, Isaiah's averted eyes. My name is Yesenia, I began, my voice steady. 6 months ago, I was diagnosed with cancer, but that's not really what this story is about. The audience leaned forward as I continued. This is a story about what happens when the people who should love you most decide you're too difficult to love. It's about what happens when family becomes a performance rather than a presence. I saw Vienna's phone drop into her lap, but mostly, it's a story about what happens when you refuse to disappear. I gestured to the side stage, where Callie and the others waited. When I was at my lowest, strangers became family. When my blood relatives stepped back, warriors stepped forward. The audience erupted in applause as my support group members joined me on stage, Callie with her vibrant tattoos, Aaron with his gentle smile, Maria with her warm eyes, and dozens more. Look around this room, I continued. Every person here has a story about abandonment, about being told they're too much, too sick, too needy, but we're done being invisible. More applause, more people standing, signs raised higher. To those who walked away, our parents, children, spouses, friends, we want you to see what you left behind. We're not bitter. We're not broken. We built something better. My mother's hand covered her mouth. Isaiah shifted in his seat. We created a family that shows up, that stays, that understands love isn't convenient. It's a choice you make every single day, especially on the hard days. Callie stepped forward, taking my hand. One by one, others joined us, forming a line across the stage. This is what invisible looks like, I said, gesturing to our group. This is what happens when you leave people behind. We find each other. We lift each other up. We shine. The audience rose in a standing ovation. Through tears, I saw Vienna trying to clap while wiping her eyes. Mom sat frozen, staring at the stage. Isaiah looked like he wanted to sink through the floor. But it wasn't about them anymore. After the speech, people lined up to share their stories, to hug, to join our growing network. News crews interviewed survivors and supporters. Foundation representatives discussed expanding the program nationwide. You did it, Meki said, appearing at my side with a tissue. You actually did it. We did it, I corrected, watching Callie organize a group photo of survivors. All of us. Through the crowd, I saw my family making their way toward me. But before they could reach me, I was surrounded by my real family. The ones who chose me, who showed up, who stayed. Ready to face them? Aaron asked quietly. I looked at the warriors around me, my true family, my chosen strength, and smiled. I already have. Everything else is just details. As my mother called my name across the crowded room, I turned instead to a young woman holding a sign that read, "Just diagnosed, feeling alone." "Come meet my family," I said, taking her hand. "Trust me, you'll never be invisible again." Behind me, I heard my mother's voice fade into the crowd, drowned out by the sound of something much more powerful, the voice of those who refused to disappear. "Yesenia, please." My mother's voice cut through the post-event chaos. She stood at the edge of our group, looking smaller than I remembered. "We need to talk." Callie stepped closer to me, her protective instinct kicking in, but I touched her arm. "It's okay. I've got this." I followed my mother to a quiet corner of the auditorium. Vienna and Isaiah joined us, forming a familiar semicircle that once meant family, but now felt like a tribunal. "That speech," Mum began, wringing her hands. "Those things you said were true," I finished on every word. "We didn't mean to," Vienna started. "To what?" I interrupted. "To skip every chemotherapy appointment? To ignore my calls? To discuss putting me in a facility when you thought I couldn't hear?" Isaiah flinched. "We were scared. So was I." The force of my voice made them step back. I was terrified. I needed my family. Instead, I got Facebook posts and empty promises. "We're here now," Mum pleaded, "because it's convenient, because it's public, because people might judge you if you're not." I gestured to the crowd behind me. "Look at them. Really look. Every person here knows what it feels like to be abandoned by the people who should have loved them most." Vienna's eyes filled with tears. "We do love you." Love isn't a feeling, Vienna. It's not a social media post or a greeting card. It's showing up, it's staying, it's choosing someone even when it's hard. Like they did. Isaiah nodded toward my support group, who were pretending not to watch from a distance. Exactly like they did. Strangers who became family because my family became strangers. Mum reached for my hand, but I stepped back. "What do you want from us?" "Nothing," I said softly. "That's what you don't understand. I don't want anything from you anymore. I'm not angry, I'm not bitter, I'm just free." "Free," Vienna's voice cracked. "Free from waiting for your calls. Free from making excuses for your absence. Free from believing I needed you to be whole." A commotion near the stage drew our attention. A young woman was sharing her story, her voice carrying across the room. "My husband left me 3 months into treatment. Said he didn't sign up for this. Today is the first day I don't feel ashamed of being sick." "That's what this is about," I told my family. "Not revenge, not punishment. It's about showing people they don't have to disappear just because someone decided they were too difficult to love." "But we're still your family," Mum insisted. "No," I said gently. "You're my relatives. There's a difference. Family are the people who show up when showing up matters." As if on cue, Callie appeared at my side. "Sorry to interrupt, but the news crew needs you for the final segment. They want to film the support group together." I turned back to my mother, sister, and brother. They stood frozen, a portrait of too little, too late. "I have to go," I said. "My family needs me." "Yesenia, wait," Vienna called out. "Can't we fix this?" I paused. Some things, once broken, don't get fixed. They get rebuilt into something stronger. Walking away from them felt like setting down a heavy weight I'd carried for too long. Callie squeezed my hand as we joined the others. "You okay?" she whispered. "Better than okay," I replied, watching my biological family retreat through the crowd. I'm free. The news crew positioned us near the Never Invisible banner. Aaron stood at the centre, surrounded by survivors, supporters, warriors. As the cameras rolled, he spoke about the future. Support networks spreading nationwide, resources for the abandoned, community for the isolated. And it all started with one woman, he said, pulling me forward, who refused to disappear. The crew caught it all. The hugs, the tears, the promises to stay connected. They filmed as we exchanged phone numbers with new members, as Callie showed off her latest tattoo, Never Invisible in flowing script, as Meki discussed plans for the next event. Later, as we cleaned up the auditorium, I found a note on the podium. I recognised my mother's handwriting. We're sorry, we were wrong. If you ever want to try again. Callie read it over my shoulder. What are you going to do? I folded the note and slipped it into my pocket. Keep moving forward. They had their chance to be my family. Now it's time to be family to someone else who needs it. As if to punctuate my words, a small group of newly diagnosed patients approached, looking nervous but hopeful. Is it true, one asked, that we can join your family? I opened my arms, remembering my first support group meeting, remembering what it felt like to find home in unexpected places. Welcome to the Warriors, I said. You're visible now, and you always will be. The hospital corridor felt different now. No more echoing loneliness, no more cold, fluorescent despair. I walked toward Dr. Marshall's office with Callie on one side and Aaron on the other, their presence steady and sure. Last scan, Callie said, squeezing my hand. You've got this. The waiting room was filled with familiar faces, support group members who'd shown up just to sit with us. Maria brought coffee. Meki took a break from planning our next event to be here. Even Sarah, the nurse who'd first handed me that life-changing support group flyer, stopped by to check in. Yesenia? Dr. Marshall called, his smile warm. Ready? Inside his office, he pulled up my scans on the screen. The same screen where I'd first seen the cancer that changed everything. I held my breath. Clear, he said simply. Complete remission. The cheers from outside his office told me everyone had been eavesdropping. The door burst open, and suddenly I was surrounded by hugs, tears, and laughter. Party at my place, Callie announced. Everyone's coming. Wait, I said, pulling out my phone. There's something I need to do first. I opened my messages and typed, Mum, Vienna, Isaiah, I'm cancer-free. Thank you for showing me exactly what I didn't need in my life. I forgive you not for you, but for me. I hope you've learned something about love and presence. If not, that's okay too. I found my real family. Sent it? Aaron asked. I nodded, putting my phone away. Now, let's celebrate. Callie's apartment was packed. Someone had already hung a Cancer-Free Queen banner, and the walls were covered with photos from our events and meetings. In one corner, a young woman who'd just started treatment was getting advice from a survivor. In another, Meki was showing off plans for our expanding support network. Look what came today, Aaron said, handing me a thick envelope. Inside was official documentation. Never Invisible was now a registered non-profit organisation. We had funding, sponsors, and chapters starting in 3 other cities. From one support group in a hospital basement, I marvelled, to this. Speaking of which, Callie interrupted, climbing onto a chair and clinking her glass. Everyone, shut up! Our warrior queen has an announcement. All eyes turned to me. These faces, some still bearing the marks of treatment, others showing the scars of survival, all shining with love and strength, had become more than friends. They were the family I chose, the ones who chose me back. When I first walked into that basement support group, I began, I thought I was alone. My biological family had decided I was too much work, too much trouble, too much everything. but you showed me that being too much just means you haven't found the people who can handle all of you." Cheers and applause filled the room. So, today, standing here cancer-free, I'm not just celebrating survival, I'm celebrating discovery. I discovered that family isn't about blood, it's about choice. Every day we choose each other. Every day we show up. Every day we prove that invisible isn't our story. "Preach!" someone shouted. Starting next week, I'm becoming a full-time advocate for Never Invisible. We're going to find every person who's been abandoned during illness, every fighter who's been told they're too much, every warrior who needs a family. And we're going to show them what real support looks like. The room erupted. Callie jumped down from her chair to hug me, her latest tattoo, a phoenix rising, visible on her arm. My phone buzzed. A text from Vienna. "We miss you. We're sorry." "Can we try again?" I showed it to Callie, who snorted. "What are you going to say?" Looking around the room at my chosen family, at the love that filled every corner, at the strength that flowed between us, I knew my answer. "Nothing," I said, putting my phone away. "I'm done looking backward. There are too many people ahead who need us." As if to prove my point, a new member raised her hand. "I got diagnosed yesterday. My husband left this morning. I don't know what to do. Come here," I said, opening my arms. The room shifted to include her, dozens of warriors ready to support another fighter. "Welcome to the family," we said in unison. And in that moment, surrounded by the people who chose to love me when love mattered most, I realized something profound. Sometimes the worst thing that happens to you leads you to the best people you'll ever know. We were never invisible. We just needed to find the right eyes to see us. And now we shine.
Growing up, I always thought protecting my little brother was my purpose in life. Today, I realised it might have been my biggest mistake. My name is Madison, and I just got played for 10 grand by my own flesh and blood. The worst part? I should have seen it coming. Everyone else did. "You're too soft on him," my best friend Reed told me last month when I mentioned lending Khalil the money. "He's 27, not 17. Let him figure it out himself." But how could I say no? Khalil had called me crying about medical bills, claiming his insurance wouldn't cover some urgent procedure. He sounded desperate, vulnerable, just like when we were kids and he'd crawl into my bed during thunderstorms. "I promise I'll pay you back, Maddie," he'd said, using my childhood nickname. "You know I'm good for it. Please, I don't know who else to ask." I transferred the money that same night, $10,000, nearly all my savings. Mum always said family comes first, right? This morning, while sipping my coffee and mindlessly scrolling through Instagram, I nearly choked. There was Khalil posted up in Miami Beach, champagne in hand, designer clothes head to toe. The caption read, "Living my best life, blessed Tasha luxury lifestyle." The timestamp, 2 days after I sent him the money. My hands shook as I scrolled through his feed, posts from high-end restaurants, nightclubs, shopping sprees. Each image felt like a slap in the face. "You've reached Khalil, leave a message." I tried calling 6 times, straight to voicemail. Finally, around noon, my phone buzzed. A text from him. "Chill sis, what's with all the calls?" I called again immediately. This time he picked up. "What's going on with you?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. "I thought you needed that money for medical bills." He laughed, actually laughed. "Oh, come on, Maddie. You really believe that. I needed a vacation, and you're always so generous. It's not like you can't afford it." "Are you kidding me? That was my savings, Khalil. Look, I'll pay you back, eventually. Stop being so dramatic." "Dramatic? You lied to me. You manipulated me." "Whatever. You're just mad because you fell for it. Maybe next time don't be so naive." The call ended. I sat there staring at my phone, feeling like an absolute fool. Reed stopped by my office later that afternoon, probably sensing something was wrong from my 3-word responses to his texts. "Spill it," he said, perching on the edge of my desk. What did he do this time? I showed him Khalil's Instagram feed. His jaw tightened as he scrolled. "That little shit," he muttered. "Want me to talk to him?" I shook my head. "No, this time it's different. He needs to learn there are consequences." "What are you thinking?" Before I could answer, my phone buzzed. Mom. "Madison, honey, are you coming to the charity gala next month? Khalil's being honoured for his charitable work. Can you believe it? My baby boy finally growing up." I felt sick. Charitable work? The only charity Khalil knew was taking advantage of other people's kindness. "Of course, Mum. Wouldn't miss it." After hanging up, I turned to Reed. "You know Jennifer Garcia, right? The one organising the gala?" He nodded slowly, a smile spreading across his face. "I see where this is going." "Khalil wants to play games? Fine, let's play. But this time I'm making the rules." Reed leaned forward, eyes sparkling with interest. "What did you have in mind? Something public, something he can't laugh off or charm his way out of." I pulled up Khalil's Instagram again, looking at his smug smile in the Miami photos. He's built this whole fake image of himself as some kind of philanthropist. Time to show everyone who he really is. "You sure about this? It's going to get messy." I thought about all the times I'd covered for Khalil, made excuses for him, cleaned up his messes. The way he'd laughed at me on the phone, mocked my trust in him. You know what's messy, Reed? Watching someone you love become someone you don't even recognise anymore. Sometimes the only way to help someone is to stop helping them at all. Reed nodded, pulling out his phone. "I'll text Jennifer, get the ball rolling." As he typed, I stared out my office window at the city below. For the first time in my life, I wasn't thinking about protecting my little brother. I was thinking about destroying him. And God help me, it felt good. The next morning, I decided to give Khalil one last chance to come clean. I drove to his apartment building, the same luxury complex he'd complained he could barely afford when begging for the loan. "Well, this is a surprise," he said, opening the door in designer loungewear. "Come to apologise for yesterday's drama?" I pushed past him into the apartment. New furniture everywhere, a massive TV I'd never seen before, shopping bags from high-end stores scattered across the floor. "Medical bills, huh?" I picked up a receipt from his coffee table. "Unless Gucci started making hospital gowns, I think we need to talk." He flopped onto his leather couch, rolling his eyes. "Look, I needed a break, okay? You don't understand the pressure I'm under." "Pressure? What pressure? You don't even have a job." "I'm networking, building connections. That takes money, Madison. Image is everything in this city." "And what about the charity gala? Mum says you're being honoured." His face lit up. "Oh yeah, Clifford Myers introducing me, says I'm an inspiring young philanthropist. Pretty cool, right?" I felt my blood pressure rising. "What charitable work have you actually done, Khalil?" "It's all about presentation, sis. I made some donations." "With whose money?" He shrugged. "Details. The point is, people believe in me. Maybe you should try it sometime." My phone buzzed. "Reed, Jennifer's in. Meeting at 2 p.m. You coming?" "You know what?" I said to Khalil, grabbing my purse. "You're right. Maybe I should start believing in you. See you at the gala." He didn't even look up from his phone as I left. Jennifer's office was exactly what you'd expect from someone who organised high society events. All clean lines and modern art. She greeted me with a warm hug. "Reed filled me in," she said, gesturing for us to sit. "I have to say I'm relieved. Something felt off about your brother's sudden philanthropy." "How did he even get involved with the gala?" I asked. Jennifer sighed. "Clifford Meyer. They met at some networking event. Clifford's been singing his praises, saying Khalil's the future of charitable giving in our city. Even sponsored his membership at the country club." Reed whistled. "Clifford Meyer, the real estate developer? That's a powerful friend to con. Exactly why this needs to be handled carefully, Jennifer said. We can't just accuse him without proof. Clifford's reputation is at stake too. I have proof, I said, pulling out my phone. Bank transfers, text messages, social media posts, everything showing where that charitable donation really went. Jennifer reviewed the evidence, her expression darkening. This is substantial, but are you sure you want to do this publicly? It could destroy his reputation. What reputation? I snapped. He's built everything on lies. He's using people's goodwill to fund his lifestyle. Someone has to stop him. Reed touched my arm. Maddie, take a breath. We're with you, but Jennifer's right. This will have consequences. I know, but so does letting him continue. Jennifer nodded slowly. Okay, the gala's in 3 weeks. During the ceremony, we'll have a video presentation introducing each honoree. We can modify Khalil's. How exactly? Reed asked. We'll start with the image he's created, then show the reality. Bank statements, social media posts, everything. It'll be impossible to deny. My stomach churned. Mum will be there. She should be, Reed said gently. Better she learns the truth now than later. Jennifer pulled out her calendar. I'll need time to put the presentation together, and we'll have to be discreet. If Khalil suspects anything. He won't, I assured her. He's too busy enjoying his best life to notice anything else. As we left Jennifer's office, Reed grabbed my hand. You okay? No, but I will be. I showed him my phone, another Instagram post from Khalil, this time at the country club with Clifford. The caption read, "Mentorship is priceless, grateful for those who believe in my vision. Blessed Tsar's giving back." The thing is, I said, part of me still loves him. He's my little brother, but sometimes loving someone means making them face consequences. Reed squeezed my hand. You're doing the right thing. Am I? Because it feels like I'm about to nuke my entire family. Sometimes things need to break before they can heal properly. As we walked to our cars, my phone buzzed again. Mum, just had lunch with Khalil. He's so excited about you coming to the gala. Says he has a surprise planned. My 2 babies, together again. I showed Reed the message. Well, he said, she's right about one thing. There's definitely going to be a surprise. I stared at my mother's text, her happiness practically radiating through the screen. 3 weeks. In 3 weeks, I'd either be the hero who exposed a fraud or the villain who destroyed her family. Maybe I'd be both. Are you absolutely sure about the timing? I asked Jennifer, watching her work on the presentation in her office. 2 weeks had passed, and my stomach turned every time I thought about the gala. Trust me, she said, clicking through slides, right after Clifford's introduction, before Khalil's acceptance speech, maximum impact. Reed lounged on the office couch, frowning at his phone. Your brother's really milking this, Maddie. Look at his latest post. I glanced over. Khalil stood beside a children's hospital sign, wearing a perfectly tailored suit. The caption, "Meeting with amazing healthcare heroes. Every child deserves a chance. Yeah, blessed Sharm giving back." He's actually using sick kids now, Jennifer muttered. That's low even for him. My phone rang. Mum. I stepped into the hallway to answer. Honey, are you free for dinner tonight? Khalil's cooking. I closed my eyes. Mum, I'm pretty busy with work. Please, he specifically asked for you to come. Says he misses his big sister. Of course he did. Khalil always knew exactly which strings to pull. Fine, what time? Walking into Mum's house that evening felt like stepping into a trap. The smell of garlic and herbs filled the air. Khalil's signature pasta, my favourite. There's my favourite sister. He wrapped me in a hug, all charm and warmth, like the phone call never happened, like he hadn't stolen my savings. Mum beamed at us. Just like old times. During dinner, Khalil dominated the conversation, talking about his charitable initiatives and future plans. Mum hung on every word. And Madison, he said, reaching for my hand across the table, I want you to know I haven't forgotten about the loan. In fact, I have something special planned at the gala. I nearly choked on my wine. What do you mean? You'll see. It's going to be amazing. Trust me. Mum clapped her hands. Oh, I'm so proud of you both. Khalil helping the community, Madison always supporting him. This is all I've ever wanted for my children. I excused myself to the bathroom, hands shaking as I texted Reed. He's planning something for the gala, about the money. Reed replied instantly. Damage control, or another con. Don't know, but we need to be ready. Back at the table, Khalil was showing Mom photos on his phone. And here's me with the hospital board. They're naming a wing after me. They're what? I couldn't help myself. Well, not officially yet, but Clifford's working on it. Says my dedication to children's healthcare is inspiring. I gripped my fork so hard my knuckles turned white. Really? And how much have you actually donated to the hospital, Khalil? Mum shot me a warning look. Madison? It's not about the money, sis, Khalil said smoothly. It's about raising awareness, building connections. The real work happens behind the scenes. After dinner, Mom insisted on showing me old photo albums. Pictures of Khalil and me as kids, building sandcastles, opening Christmas presents, me always watching over him. Remember this? Mum pointed to a photo of teenage me bandaging Khalil's scraped knee. You were always protecting him. Yeah, I said quietly. Maybe too much. Later, walking to my car, Khalil caught up with me. Hey, about the gala, he said, suddenly serious. I know things have been weird between us, but I promise after my speech everything will make sense. What are you planning, Khalil? He grinned. Can't spoil the surprise, but trust me, you'll want to be there. I drove straight to Reed's apartment, finding him and Jennifer still working on the presentation. We have a problem, I announced. Khalil's planning something for the gala, something about the money he owes me. Jennifer looked up from her laptop. Could he actually be planning to pay you back? With what money? He's spending everything he gets. Reed paced the room. Maybe he's found another mark, someone else to con for cash. Or maybe, Jennifer said slowly, he's going to use you, turn this around somehow, make himself look even more generous. The realization hit me. He's going to make a show of paying me back, probably with Clifford's money, paint himself as this amazing brother who was just waiting for the right moment. That's actually brilliant, Reed admitted. If he does it publicly, no one would believe he stole from you in the first place. I sank onto the couch. So what do we do? Jennifer turned her laptop around. On the screen was our presentation, now ending with Khalil's Miami Beach photos. We stick to the plan, but now we add one more thing. What? Your mother's photos, the ones from tonight. Show everyone how he's been manipulating family love his whole life. I thought about Mum's proud face at dinner, about all the years I spent protecting Khalil. Do it, I said. Add everything. As Jennifer worked, I stared at my phone. A new text from Khalil. Thanks for coming tonight, sis. Can't wait to make you proud at the gala. Love you. 1 week left. Either way, this would be the last time Khalil played anyone for a fool. The week before the gala, I ran into Clifford at my local coffee shop. My heart nearly stopped when he called out my name. Madison, just the person I wanted to see. He gestured to the empty chair at his table. Join me? I sat, clutching my latte like a shield. Clifford Meyer wasn't just wealthy, he was influential. If he caught wind of our plan... Your brother is quite remarkable, he said, beaming like a proud father. Did he tell you about the Children's Hospital Initiative? He mentioned something about a wing being named after him. Yes, we're announcing it at the gala. I'm matching his contribution, of course, $10,000 each. I nearly spat out my coffee. 10,000? He insisted on matching my donation, said it was important to have skin in the game. Clifford leaned forward. You must be so proud. My phone buzzed. Reed, where are you? Jennifer needs to show us something urgent. I have to go, I told Clifford. Work emergency. He caught my arm as I stood. Oh, one more thing. Khalil mentioned you helped him get started in philanthropy. That's wonderful. I forced a smile and practically ran out of the coffee shop. 20 minutes later, I burst into Jennifer's office. Reed was already there, looking pale. "What's wrong?" Jennifer turned her computer screen toward me. "Khalil's been busy. Look at this." It was a draft press release for the gala. My stomach dropped as I read, "Local philanthropist Khalil to announce major hospital donation, honouring sisters' inspiring generosity." "He's using me as his origin story," I whispered, "making it look like I loaned him the money to start his charitable work." "It gets worse," Reed said. "Show her the email." Jennifer pulled up another screen. An email from Khalil to the hospital board, dated right after our family dinner. "My sister's selfless loan showed me the power of giving. I'm excited to announce my matching donation at the gala, dedicating it to her." "That manipulative little—" I couldn't even finish the sentence. "He's covering all his bases," Reed said. "If we expose him now, I'll look like I'm trying to take credit for his charitable work," I finished, "or worse, like I'm jealous of his success." Jennifer started typing furiously. "We need to adjust our strategy. The presentation needs to be airtight." My phone rang. Khalil. "Hey sis, quick question. What are you wearing to the gala? I want us to coordinate for the photos." "Photos?" "Yeah, for the press. After my speech, you know. It's going to be a big moment for both of us." I looked at Reed and Jennifer, who were listening intently. "Khalil, what exactly are you planning?" "Can't tell you everything, but let's just say, remember how you always wanted me to do something meaningful with my life? Well, you inspired me, and now everyone's going to know it." After hanging up, I slumped in my chair. He's going to use my own words against me, all those times I encouraged him, tried to help him. "We need more evidence," Jennifer said. "Something he can't spin." Reed snapped his fingers. "The hospital board! They must have records of his supposed contributions." "Already on it," Jennifer replied. "My cousin works in their development office. She's sending me their donor records tonight." I pulled out my phone, scrolling through old texts from Khalil. The desperate messages begging for money, the promises to pay it back, screenshots of his Miami posts. "Add these," I said, sending them to Jennifer. "Show the timeline. How he asked for help with medical bills and then immediately went on vacation." "Good," she nodded, "but we need something more recent, something that proves he's still lying." My coffee meeting with Clifford flashed through my mind. He told Clifford he's matching his $10,000 donation, but he hasn't paid me back a cent. He doesn't have the money. Reed grinned. "That's it. If we can prove he can't possibly make that donation—" "We show he's not just lying about the past," Jennifer finished. "He's actively deceiving people right now." My phone buzzed again. Mum had sent a photo, her and Khalil at the hospital, both smiling widely. "Look who's practicing his speech in the new children's wing. So proud," I showed Reed and Jennifer. "He's really going all in on this." "Good," Jennifer said, adding the photo to our presentation. "The bigger he builds it, the harder he falls," Reed finished. I stared at the photo of my brother, his arm around our mother, standing in front of sick children's artwork. In 4 days, I'd either be exposing a fraud or destroying my family's trust forever. "Make it bulletproof," I told Jennifer. "He can't have any way to spin this." She nodded, determination in her eyes. "By the time we're done, the only story he'll be telling is the truth." The night before the gala, I couldn't sleep. My phone kept lighting up with texts from Khalil. "Can't wait for tomorrow, sis. You're going to be so proud of me. Wear something blue. It'll look great in photos." Around midnight, Mum called. "Everything okay?" I answered, trying to sound sleepy rather than anxious. "Just excited. Khalil showed me part of his speech. He talks about you so beautifully, honey, about how you've always believed in him." I gripped my phone tighter. "Mum, what if Khalil isn't who you think he is?" "What do you mean?" "What if—" I swallowed hard. "What if he's been lying to everyone?" Silence. Then, "Madison, I know you two have had your differences, but he's changed. You'll see tomorrow. He's finally becoming the man we always knew he could be." After hanging up, I texted Reed. "I can't do this." He called immediately. "Yes, you can. Want me to come over?" 20 minutes later, Reed and Jennifer were at my door with wine and the final version of the presentation. "One last review," Jennifer said, opening her laptop. "We need to be certain about every detail." The presentation started with Khalil's social media posts about his charitable work, then showed the truth. Bank statements, timestamps of his Miami photos, screenshots of texts begging for medical bill. Money. "Look at this." Reed pointed to the screen. Jennifer's cousin came through with the hospital records. Guess how much Khalil has actually donated to them? 0. Negative. He's been expensing meals at their cafe to Clifford's account. Jennifer clicked to the next slide. And here's the proof he can't make tomorrow's matching donation, his bank balance as of this morning. I leaned forward. The account showed less than $500. "How did you get this?" "He still uses the family accountant," Jennifer smirked, "the one who's been my best friend since college." My phone buzzed again. Khalil had posted a new Instagram story. A boomerang of him practicing at a podium, caption reading, "Big things coming tomorrow, tra blessed taunt family first." "He really has no idea," I whispered. "That's what makes it perfect," Reed said. "He's so convinced of his own lie that he won't see it coming." Jennifer closed her laptop. "Everything's ready. The presentation is loaded into the gala's system. As soon as Clifford finishes his introduction..." "It all comes crashing down," I finished. "You can still back out," Reed said gently. "We can delete it all right now." I thought about Mum's voice on the phone, about Khalil using sick children as props, about all the people he'd manipulated and would continue to manipulate if someone didn't stop him. "No, we're doing this." The next morning, my phone exploded with messages. Khalil had sent a car to pick me up for pre-gala preparations. "The honorees are having brunch at the venue," he texted. "Come early. Clifford wants photos." The hotel ballroom was already bustling with activity. Khalil stood in the centre, holding court with several board members. "There she is," he called out, rushing over to hug me. "My inspiration." Clifford appeared with a photographer. "Let's get some shots of the siblings together. This is a beautiful story." As camera flashes popped, Khalil whispered in my ear, "Wait till you hear my speech. I'm going to make everything right." "Really?" I whispered back. "Everything? Trust me. By tonight, everyone will know exactly what you mean to me." Jennifer caught my eye from across the room, giving a subtle nod. The presentation was ready. During brunch, Khalil clinked his glass. "I'd like to propose a toast to my sister Madison, who taught me the true meaning of generosity." Everyone awed. Mum wiped away tears. "If only they knew," Reed muttered beside me. Khalil continued, "Tonight I'm going to share how one act of kindness changed my life, how my sister's faith in me led to something bigger than ourselves." My phone buzzed. "Jennifer." "Final chance to back out. Say the word." I watched Khalil work the room, charming everyone with practiced ease, watched Mom beam with pride, watched Clifford introduce him to more influential people who could become future marks. "No," I texted back, "it ends tonight." As the brunch wound down, Khalil pulled me aside. "Wear that blue dress you wore to Cousin Sarah's wedding. It'll be perfect for the photos after my big announcement." "What announcement, Khalil?" He grinned. "Let's just say, that loan you gave me, best investment you ever made. Trust me, after tonight everyone will know exactly what kind of person you are." I met his eyes. Yes, they will. 8 hours until the gala. 8 hours until everyone would indeed know exactly what kind of people we both were. The countdown had begun. The gala ballroom sparkled with crystal chandeliers and elegant table settings. I adjusted my blue dress, the one Khalil had requested, and watched the crowd file in. "Everything's set," Jennifer whispered, appearing beside me. "The presentation is queued up. As soon as Clifford finishes his introduction..." "There's my girl!" Mum's voice cut through the tension. She hurried over, radiant in a silver gown. "Don't you look beautiful? Have you seen your brother? He's being photographed with the hospital board." Reed appeared with champagne. "Here, You look like you need this. I downed it in one gulp. Ladies and gentlemen, the MC announced, please take your seats. The ceremony will begin shortly. Mom pulled me toward the family table near the stage. Khalil was already there, practically glowing in an expensive suit. Ready for the big moment, sis? He squeezed my shoulder. I meant what I said earlier. After tonight, everyone will know exactly what you did for me. Can't wait, I managed through gritted teeth. The lights dimmed. Jennifer gave me a subtle thumbs up from the tech booth. The MC introduced various honorees, local business leaders, long-time donors, community activists. Then, and now, to introduce our final honoree of the evening, please welcome Mr. Clifford Meyer. Clifford took the stage, beaming. When I first met Khalil, I knew I'd encountered something special, a young man dedicated to making a difference. I glanced at Mom, who was already wiping away tears. What many don't know, Clifford continued, is that Khalil's journey into philanthropy began with a simple act of family love. His sister Madison. My heart stopped. Gave him a loan, believing in his potential. That loan became the foundation of his charitable work, proving that when we believe in others, amazing things happen. Khalil squeezed my hand under the table. I wanted to vomit. So without further ado, please welcome our rising star in philanthropy, Khalil. The audience applauded. Khalil stood, straightening his tie. Before Khalil speaks, the MC announced, we have a short video highlighting his journey. This was it. I saw Jennifer signal the tech booth. The lights dimmed completely. The massive screen behind the stage flickered to life. It started exactly as planned, Khalil's social media posts about charity work. Then, suddenly, the screen went black. My heart raced. What was happening? The screen lit up again, but instead of our exposé, it showed Khalil in front of the hospital, speaking directly to the camera. Tonight isn't just about me, video Khalil said. It's about the power of family. I whipped around to look at Jennifer. She was frantically typing on her laptop, panic on her face. Technical difficulties, the MC announced smoothly. Let's move straight to Khalil's speech. Khalil practically bounced to the stage, completely unfazed. Thank you, Clifford. You know, when my sister Madison loaned me money for what she thought were medical bills. The audience chuckled warmly. My blood ran cold. She probably didn't expect it would lead to this. But sometimes the greatest acts of charity come from misdirection. Reed grabbed my arm. What is he doing? Tonight, Khalil continued, I'm proud to announce that not only will I match Clifford's $10,000 donation to the Children's Hospital, I'll be dedicating the new wing to Madison Armstrong, whose trust in me made all this possible. The crowd erupted in applause. Mum was sobbing openly now. And Madison! Khalil looked directly at me, his smile razor-sharp. That loan you gave me, check your phone. My phone buzzed. A bank notification. Transfer received, $10,000. Consider it paid back, Khalil announced to the crowd, with interest, in the form of a legacy that will help children for years to come. More applause. People were standing now. I felt the room spinning. He'd outplayed us. Somehow, he'd known about the presentation and hijacked it, turned my attempt to expose him into his crowning moment. Let's hear it for the Armstrong siblings, Clifford called out. Proof that family and philanthropy go hand in hand. Khalil gestured for me to join him on stage. The spotlight found me. Hundreds of eyes watched, expecting the proud sister to embrace her charitable brother. Reed squeezed my hand. Go. We'll figure something out. In a daze, I walked to the stage. Khalil hugged me tight, whispering in my ear, Next time you plan a surprise, sis, maybe don't use my ex-girlfriend's best friend as your tech support. Jennifer still has a thing for me, sends me everything. He pulled back, smiling broadly for the cameras. Smile, Maddie, you just became part of my origin story. The flashbulbs popped, the crowd cheered, and I stood there, frozen, realizing I'd just helped my brother pull off his biggest con yet. But the night wasn't over, and neither was I. As the applause continued, I grabbed the microphone from Khalil's hand. His smug smile faltered. "Thank you, everyone," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "Since my brother's been so honest about our story tonight, I think I should share my version." Khalil tried to reach for the mic. I stepped away. "You see, Khalil did ask me for money, but not for charity." I pulled out my phone. He said it was for medical bills, urgent ones. He called me crying. The audience grew quiet. Mum stood up, confusion on her face. "Madison," Khalil warned, still smiling for the cameras, "don't do this." I clicked open my photos. 2 days after I transferred him $10,000, my entire savings, he posted these. I held my phone to the mic and played his voice message. "Oh, come on, Maddie. You really believed that? I needed a vacation, and you're always so generous. It's not like you can't afford it." The ballroom was dead silent now. Clifford stepped forward, frowning. "Those Miami Beach photos you all saw in his charitable posts? That was my money. Those designer clothes he wears to hospital photo ops? My money." "She's just jealous," Khalil grabbed the mic back. "Everyone knows how success can strain family relationships." "Really?" I pulled out my second phone, the burner Reed had given me earlier. "Then explain this email to Jennifer from an hour ago." I played the audio. "Thanks for the heads up about their plan. Once the gala's done, we'll talk about that private dinner you wanted. And don't worry about the hospital wing. Clifford's money will cover my donation. Madison's loan was just seed funding for my image." Gasps rippled through the crowd. Clifford's face turned red. "The hospital records show 0 donations from Khalil," I continued. "The only thing he's donated is other people's money and trust." Security guards started moving toward the stage. Khalil's charm cracked completely. "You think you're so smart?" he snarled, grabbing my arm. "Who's going to believe you now? I already paid you back." "With what money, Khalil?" I turned to Clifford. "Did you give him an advance on the donation?" Clifford stormed onto the stage. "Is this true? Did you use my reputation to—" "I can explain everything." Khalil backed away. "It's all part of a bigger plan." "The only plan," I said into the mic, "was to keep conning people who trusted you, starting with your own sister." Mum appeared at the stage stairs, tears streaming down her face. "Khalil, tell me this isn't true." "Mum, please." He tried to reach for her. "Madison's trying to ruin everything because she's jealous. I paid her back." "With Clifford's money," I said. "Check your account, Clifford. I bet that transfer just happened today." Clifford was already on his phone. His face said everything. "Security!" he barked. "Escort this young man out and call my lawyer." As guards approached, Khalil made one last desperate grab for the mic. "Everything I did for us, for our family's reputation. Madison's just too stupid to see the bigger picture." "No," I said quietly, but the mic caught every word. "Everything you did for yourself, and you didn't just steal money, you stole people's trust, their hope, their belief in genuine charity." The guards reached him. He struggled, his perfect suit wrinkling. "You'll regret this," he shouted as they dragged him toward the exit. "I'm the only one who ever made this family matter." Mum collapsed into a chair, sobbing. I knelt beside her. "I'm so sorry, Mum. I tried to tell you." "No," she grabbed my hands. "I'm sorry. I should have seen it, should have listened when you tried to warn me." Clifford addressed the stunned crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the board, I deeply apologise for this situation. Rest assured, any misappropriated funds will be recovered." Reed appeared with Jennifer, who looked devastated. "I'm so sorry," Jennifer whispered. "I never thought. He was so convincing." "He always is," I said. "That's how he operates." The MC tried to restore order, announcing a brief intermission. As the audience buzzed with shocked conversations, Clifford approached our table. "Madison," he said gravely, "thank you for your courage. We'll make this right." "The Children's Hospital," I said. "They shouldn't suffer because of this." He nodded. "The donation will still happen, in your name, if you'll accept it." "No." I stood up. "Give it in my mother's name. She's the one who taught us about real giving, even if only one of us learned the lesson." As the gala dissolved into chaos around us, Mum squeezed my hand. "You protected him for so long," she said. "Maybe this time you protected everyone else from him instead." Through the grand windows, I watched security escorting Khalil to a waiting police car. He looked small now, nothing like the giant his lies had created. The truth had finally caught up with him, and somehow it felt worse than any revenge I'd planned. The morning after the gala, my doorbell rang. Mum stood there, holding 2 coffee cups and a manila envelope. "Thought you might need this," she said, handing me a cup. "The police dropped this off at my house. They need us to verify some statements." We sat at my kitchen table, spreading out papers documenting Khalil's deceptions. Bank statements, emails, social media posts. Seeing it all laid out made my stomach turn. "Did you sleep?" Mum asked. "No. You?" She shook her head. I kept thinking about all the signs I ignored, the excuses I made for him. My phone buzzed. A text from Clifford. "Board meeting in an hour. Your presence would be appreciated." "Go," Mum said, reading over my shoulder. "I'll handle the police paperwork." The hospital boardroom was packed. Jennifer sat in a corner, looking exhausted. Clifford stood at the head of the table. "Madison," he gestured for me to sit. "We've been discussing how to move forward." "I'll repay whatever Khalil took," I started. "No." Clifford held up his hand. "That's not why you're here. We want to offer you a position." I blinked. "What?" "Our new transparency initiative," Jennifer explained. "After last night, we need someone who understands both the charitable sector and, well, how people can exploit it." "We're creating a verification system for donors," Clifford added, "to prevent another situation like this. Your background in finance and your recent experience make you uniquely qualified." Before I could respond, my phone rang. "Read." "Turn on the news," he said without greeting. "Now." Someone pulled up a news website on the boardroom screen. There was Khalil being led into court in handcuffs. The headline read, "Local philanthropist charged with fraud, more victims coming forward." "He wasn't just scamming us," Reed explained. "Police found evidence of multiple schemes, different names, different causes, same pattern." My hands shook as I read the scrolling details. Children's charities, veterans' organisations, disaster relief funds. Khalil had worked his way through them all. "I'll take the job," I told Clifford, "but I have conditions." "Name them." "First, we create a victims' compensation fund. Anyone Khalil scammed gets repaid." He nodded. "Already in progress." "Second, we develop educational programmes. Teach people how to spot charity fraud." "Perfect," Jennifer said, taking notes. "And third," I took a deep breath, "the children's wing. Name it after the kids, it helps, not any donor. They deserve the recognition." The board members exchanged looks. Clifford smiled. "Done." That evening I found Mum sitting on her porch, staring at old family photos. "The police called," she said as I sat beside her. "Khalil's asking to see us." "Are you going?" She handed me a photo, teenage Khalil and me at the beach, both laughing at some forgotten joke. "You know what hurts most?" she said. "In every photo he's smiling, and I can't tell anymore which smiles were real and which were just practice for his cons." My phone chimed. A message from an unknown number. "Hey sis, they're letting me make 1 call a day. I know you're angry, but family is family. Please visit. I can explain everything." Mum read the message over my shoulder. "Are you going to respond?" I thought about all the times I'd covered for him, all the excuses I'd made, all the trust I'd given that he'd weaponized against others. "No," I deleted the message. Sometimes loving someone means letting them face consequences. Mum squeezed my hand. "You know, I always worried I failed him somehow, but looking at you, maybe I did something right after all." The porch wind chime tinkled, the one Khalil had given her last Christmas, probably bought with stolen money. Mum stood up and unhooked it. "Help me clean out his room tomorrow?" she asked. "The women's shelter needs donations, real ones this time." I hugged her tight. "Of course." That night I sat on my own porch, reading messages from people Khalil had scammed. some angry, some heartbroken, all grateful for the truth. Reed brought pizza and didn't mention Khalil once. Jennifer sent updates about the new verification system. My phone lit up one last time. Another unknown number. You ruined everything. Hope you're happy. I blocked the number without responding. The truth was, I wasn't happy, but I was at peace. Sometimes protecting someone means protecting others from them. Sometimes love means letting go. And sometimes the hardest conversations aren't the ones we have with others, but the ones we finally have with ourselves. I deleted the last photo of Khalil from my phone and watched the sun set on a day without lies.
I knew something was off the moment I heard my mother's hushed voice through the kitchen door. We need April here now. It's the only way this will work. My father's muffled response made my stomach twist. She'll never agree if she knows the truth. I should have trusted my instincts right then, but when you're raised to believe family comes first, red flags just look like flags. My name is April, and this is how I learned the hard way that blood isn't always thicker than water. April, sweetheart. My mother's voice shifted to sugary sweet as I pushed through the door. She quickly ended her phone call, sliding her cell into her pocket. We didn't hear you come in. Sorry I'm early for dinner, I said, watching their faces carefully. The meeting at work finished sooner than expected. My father busied himself with the dishes, avoiding eye contact. Well, you're just in time. We need to discuss something important. Mom gestured to the kitchen table, her perfectly manicured nails drumming against the wood. Sit down, dear. This is about Guillermo. My brother's name got my full attention. Is he okay? He's being deployed again, Mom said, retching for my hand. 6 months, maybe longer. What about Sawyer and August? I asked, thinking of my niece and nephew. That's exactly what we need to discuss. Dad finally turned around, leaning against the counter. The kids need someone to stay with them in Guillermo's house. Their mother's not in the picture, and we're too old to handle 2 young children full-time. I felt the trap closing in before they even sprung it. We need you, April. Mom squeezed my hand. The kids need you. Guillermo needs you. I have a job, I protested. A life. My apartment. You can work remotely, Dad cut in. Most companies are flexible these days, and you've always said you wanted to spend more time with the kids. When does he deploy? 2 weeks. Mom answered too quickly. I pulled my hand away. 2 weeks? And he's just telling us now? You know your brother. Dad shrugged. Never wants to worry anyone. Something didn't add up. Guillermo always planned everything meticulously, especially when it came to his kids. He would have had arrangements in place months ago. Let me call him. I reached for my phone. He's in pre-deployment training, Mom interrupted. Very limited contact, but he agreed this would be best for everyone. I looked between them, searching for signs of deception. You're sure he's okay with this? Of course! Mom's voice rose slightly. Why wouldn't he be? The next hour was a blur of guilt trips and emotional manipulation. They had answers for everything. My job concerns, my lease, my social life. By dessert, I felt cornered into agreeing. I'll need to give notice at work, I said, pushing away my untouched pie. We'll help you move this weekend, Dad said, already pulling out his phone to make arrangements. That night, I called my best friend Shia. Something feels wrong. I paced my apartment. They were too prepared, too pushy. Then don't do it, Zia said simply. But what if Guillermo really needs me? Those kids... I stopped pacing. I can't let them down. Your parents are master manipulators, Thea reminded me. Remember the Christmas incident? I did. They'd orchestrated a family crisis to prevent me from taking a job in Seattle 3 years ago. Just be careful, Thea advised. Document everything. 2 weeks later, I stood in Guillermo's living room, surrounded by boxes and 2 excited kids. Sawyer, 7 and precocious, hadn't stopped chattering since I arrived. 5-year-old August clung to my leg like a koala. Daddy said you're staying forever, Sawyer announced, helping me unpack kitchen boxes. Not forever, sweetie. Just until your dad comes home. Grandma said forever, August mumbled into my knee. I froze, a coffee mug suspended halfway to the cabinet. Grandma said that? Uh-huh. She told the man with the clipboard you're staying forever so they can sell the house. The mug slipped from my fingers, shattering on the floor. As I cleaned up the pieces, my mother's whispered words from 2 weeks ago echoed in my head. It's the only way this will work. What exactly had I gotten myself into? Don't worry about the mess. Mom appeared in the doorway, making me jump. I'll clean it up. You focus on getting settled in. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. After all, we want everything to be perfect, don't we? Perfect for what? I wanted to ask. Instead, I nodded and hugged the kids closer. Whatever game my parents were playing, they'd chosen the wrong pawn. 3 weeks into my new role as substitute mom, I'd developed a routine. Drop Sawyer at school, take August to preschool, work remotely from Guillermo's home office, then tackle the mountain of tasks that came with caring for 2 kids. It would have been manageable if not for my parents' constant hovering. The realtor's coming by today, Mom announced, letting herself in without knocking. Again. I looked up from my laptop. What, realtor? Oh, just for an assessment. She waved dismissively. Insurance purposes? Shouldn't we wait for Guillermo to handle that? Your brother gave us power of attorney before he left. Dad appeared behind her. Standard procedure for deployment. I'd worked in legal services long enough to know that wasn't standard at all. I'll need the office cleared out by 2. Mom started opening drawers. And maybe the kids could stay at our house tonight? They have school tomorrow. I closed my laptop, and I promised Sawyer we'd video call her class pet's new babies. The hamsters? Mom wrinkled her nose. Surely that can wait. No, it can't. I stood my ground. The kids need routine right now. After they left, I searched Guillermo's office. The drawer Mom had been rifling through contained property documents, but something was missing. I remembered seeing a blue folder here last week. My phone buzzed. A text from Thea. Coffee, I'm in your neighborhood. 20 minutes later, we sat in a quiet corner of the local cafe. They're up to something, I whispered, stirring my latte. Yesterday, I overheard Mom on the phone talking about market value and quick sale. Have you heard from Guillermo? Thea asked. No, and that's weird too. He always finds a way to contact the kids even during training. A familiar voice carried across the cafe. The property is perfect for development. Once we clear the title... I grabbed Thea's arm. 2 tables over sat a man in a suit. The realtor, I assumed, talking to someone on his phone. Yes, Mrs. Morgan assured me the current occupants are temporary. We can close within 60 days. My coffee turned to acid in my stomach. Did he just say Morgan? Thea whispered. Your mom's maiden name? That night, after tucking the kids in, I searched Guillermo's email. His password had always been predictable. The kids' birthdays combined. The most recent emails were from 3 months ago. "Hey, big brother," I typed. "If you get this, please contact me. Something's not right." "Auntie April?" Sawyer's voice made me jump. She stood in the doorway, clutching her stuffed giraffe. "I had a bad dream." I closed the laptop. "Come here, sweetie." She crawled into my lap. "When is Daddy coming home?" "Soon," I lied, hugging her tight. "Want to tell me about your dream?" "Grandma said we have to move away." She sniffled. "She said Daddy's house is too big for us now." My blood ran cold. "When did she say that?" "When she was showing the man my room. She didn't know I was listening." I carried Sawyer back to bed, my mind racing. Once she was asleep, I called the one person who might have answers. "Khalil Howard Real Estate. This is Jessica speaking." "Hi, I'm calling about a property assessment scheduled for tomorrow." "Oh yes, the Morgan listing on Pine Street." Morgan listing, not Russell listing. "Could you confirm the appointment time with Mrs. Morgan?" I kept my voice steady. She asked me to check. "Actually, Mr. Howard is meeting both Mr. and Mrs. Morgan at the property at 2. They're finalizing the listing agreement." I thanked her and hung up, hands shaking. My parents weren't just planning to sell Guillermo's house, they were already in the process. But how? They'd need the missing blue folder, power of attorney documents. My phone lit up with a text from an unknown number. "Signal weak. Got your email." "What's wrong?" "Gee." Before I could reply, I heard the front door open. Mom's voice drifted up the stairs. "The kids' rooms need painting before we list," she was saying. "Neutral colors sell better. Ruby—" "Shh," Dad hissed. "April might hear." "Oh, please, she's clueless," Mom scoffed. "Just like her brother, too trusting for their own good." I pressed my hand against my mouth, stifling my anger. Through the gap in the office door, I watched them climb the stairs, carrying paint samples and carpet swatches. My phone buzzed again. "April, you there? Signal dropping. Call base command if emergency." I typed quickly. "They're selling your house. Need proof of power of attorney. Call ASAP." The message failed to send. When I tried again, the number was invalid. Downstairs, the front door opened again. More voices joined my parents, male voices discussing property values and development potential. Game on, I thought, opening my laptop. Time to find out exactly what they were planning and how to stop it. "What do you mean they forged the documents?" Thea nearly spilled her wine. I spread the papers across her dining room table. "Look at the signature date on the power of attorney. 3 months ago. But here's Guillermo's bank statement from the same day. He was in Georgia for training." "Holy shit!" Thea leaned closer. "And you found this in their car?" Mom left her briefcase in the garage while they were painting upstairs. I had 10 minutes. My hands shook as I sorted through the evidence. There's more. They've already accepted an offer from a development company. They're planning to tear down the house and build condos. "But why? Your brother's house is paid for, right?" That's what I thought. I pulled up an email on my phone. "But I found this in Mom's deleted folder. They co-signed on a bad investment last year. Lost everything. They're underwater in their own mortgage." "So they're stealing from their own son to fix their mistakes?" Thea's face reddened with anger. "While he's serving our country?" My phone buzzed. Mom again. I ignored it. "The worst part," I continued. "They've been planning this since before Guillermo's deployment. They needed me there to make it look legitimate, like the family was all on board with the sale. What about the kids? According to these documents, they're planning to move them into their house. Paint me as an unstable caretaker if I object. My voice cracked. They've thought of everything. Not everything. Thea grabbed her laptop. I have a friend who works at the county records office. Let's see what else they've been up to. 3 hours and another bottle of wine later, we had a clearer picture. My parents had created a shell company to buy the property. They'd used Mom's maiden name on everything, probably hoping Guillermo wouldn't connect the dots. April, Thea said suddenly. What if Guillermo's deployment isn't real? I stared at her. What? Think about it. Have you actually spoken to him? Seen deployment papers? My phone buzzed again. This time it was a text from August's teacher. Is everything okay? He's very upset about moving. I have to get back. I stood up, gathering the documents. The kids! Wait! Thea grabbed my arm. You can't go back there alone. What if they realize you know? They won't. I'm their clueless daughter. Remember? I tried to smile but felt sick. Besides, I need to keep playing along until I can reach Guillermo. Back at the house, I found Mom in the kitchen with the kids. There you are. She smiled too brightly. We were just discussing summer plans. The children are so excited about moving in with us. No, we're not, Sawyer protested. I want to stay in Daddy's house. Now, sweetheart. Mom's voice hardened slightly. We've talked about this. Sometimes we have to make changes. What changes? I interrupted, watching her face carefully. Oh, just general changes. She backpedaled. Growing family, new opportunities. When's Daddy coming home? August asked for the 100th time. Soon, darling. Mom patted his head. Now, who wants ice cream? After the kids were in bed, I sat in Guillermo's office, staring at his deployment photo. Something was off about it. I zoomed in on my phone. The date stamp. It was from his last deployment, 2 years ago. My hands trembling, I called the base command number I'd found earlier. Fort Stewart, Sergeant Phillips speaking. Hi, I'm calling about my brother, Guillermo Russell. He deployed recently. 1 moment. Keys clicked. No deployment orders for anyone by that name in the last 6 months, ma'am. The room spun. Could you check again? He's supposed to be in pre-deployment training. No training records either. Last activity was an honorable discharge 3 months ago. I hung up, bile rising in my throat. 3 months ago. When the power of attorney was dated, a floorboard creaked behind me. Finding anything interesting? Dad stood in the doorway, his face unreadable. Just missing Guillermo, I lied smoothly. Any word from him? He studied me for a long moment. Your mother thinks we should all have dinner tomorrow. Discuss the future. Sounds great. I forced a smile. I'll bring dessert. After he left, I sent a coded message to Thea. Red alert. G not deployed. Need lawyer ASAP. My phone lit up with an incoming email from Guillermo's account. Help. It read. Can't call. In hospital. Parents took everything. Don't let them sell house. Protect kids. The timestamp was from 10 minutes ago. Another creak in the hallway. Mom's voice, low and urgent. She knows something. I saw her car at the county office building. Then we move faster, Dad replied. Call Khalil. Tell him we close next week. I sat in the dark office, my brother's words burning on the screen, and made a decision. They wanted to play hardball. Game on. The hospital receptionist sighed at my third attempt. I'm sorry, but without knowing which hospital, please, I begged. He's my brother, Guillermo Russell, recently discharged military. Ma'am, I've checked every hospital in a 50-mile radius. I ended the call and slumped in my car, parked outside my parents' house. They were inside with the kids, thinking I was at a work meeting. Instead, I'd spent the morning calling hospitals and Veterans Affairs offices. My phone buzzed. Thea. Lawyer friend can meet today, 2 p.m. A tap on my window made me jump. Khalil, the realtor, stood there, smiling. April, right? Your parents mentioned you'd be joining us for the walkthrough. I forced a smile and got out. Actually, I have some questions about the sale. Of course, though your parents handle most of the paperwork as power of attorney. About that, I pulled out my phone. Could you look at something? Before I could show him the forged documents, Mom burst out of the house. April, you're early. She grabbed my arm. Khalil, would you mind giving us a moment? She practically dragged me inside. Dad sat at the kitchen table with papers spread out. Where are the kids? I asked. At the park with the sitter, Mom replied. We need to talk. About what? The fake deployment? The forged documents? Or how about Guillermo being in a hospital somewhere? The color drained from Mom's face. Dad stood up slowly. Who have you been talking to? He demanded. Does it matter? I know what you're doing. We're doing this for the family, Mom insisted. The market's perfect right now. The development deal will set us all up for life. It's not your house to sell. Your brother made some mistakes. Dad cut in. Bad investments, gambling debts. We're protecting his assets before creditors take everything. Liar. I pulled out my phone. I have proof of the forged documents. I'm calling the police. Dad moved faster than I expected, snatching my phone. Sit down, he ordered. You have no idea what you're dealing with. Eugene, Mom protested. She's bluffing. She doesn't have proof. Really? I pulled the papers from my bag. These copies say otherwise. Mom lunged for the documents. I dodged, but Dad blocked the doorway. Think about the kids, Mom pleaded. They need stability. Once the sale goes through, you'll pay off your debts and disappear. I spat, leaving us with nothing. A floorboard creaked upstairs. Mom's eyes widened. The kids are supposed to be at the park, I realized. They heard everything, didn't they? Sawyer! August! Mom called out. Come down, sweeties. No response. I'll check on them. Dad started up the stairs. Don't bother. I pulled out my backup phone, the one Thea had insisted I get. They're not here. While you were watching me, you weren't watching them. What did you do? Mom grabbed my arm. They're safe, with people who actually care about them. I yanked free. Now, about that proof. Dad thundered back down. Their rooms are empty. Call the police, Mom ordered him. She kidnapped them. Go ahead. I held up my phone. I'm recording everything, and in about 10 minutes, my lawyer will be receiving emails with all the evidence, including the conversation we're having right now. You wouldn't, Mom whispered. We're your parents. Parents don't steal from their children. Parents don't forge documents or fake deployments. We had no choice, Dad shouted. The investment. Eugene, shut up! Mom cut him off. No, please continue, said a new voice. Khalil stood in the doorway, his phone also recording. I'd love to hear about the fraudulent sale I was almost part of. Mom crumpled into a chair. Dad's face went purple. I called the police myself. Khalil continued. They're on their way, along with someone from the VA fraud department. How long were you listening? Mom asked weakly. Long enough. He turned to me. The kids? With my friend Thea and her lawyer, safe and sound. Dad made a move toward the back door. Khalil stepped in his way. I wouldn't. Fraud charges are one thing. Fleeing the scene makes it much worse. Sirens wailed in the distance. Mom started to cry. April, please, she begged. We can work something out, as a family. I walked to the door, then turned back. You know what the worst part is? If you'd just asked for help, told us the truth, we would have helped you. Instead, you tried to steal everything from your own son while he's lying in some hospital, unable to defend himself. We never meant, Dad started. Save it for the police. I cut him off. I have a brother to find. As I walked out, I heard Mom collapse into sobs and Dad arguing with Khalil. But all I could think about was Guillermo's email. Help. Can't call. In hospital. I got in my car and called Thea. The kids okay? Perfect. Eating pizza and watching cartoons. What's next? Next? I started the engine. We find my brother. Veterans Affairs Hospital in Atlanta, the nurse confirmed. Your brother was admitted 3 months ago. Motorcycle accident. My knees buckled. Thea grabbed my elbow, steadying me. Why weren't his emergency contacts notified? I demanded. They were. Your parents visited several times in the first month. The floor seemed to tilt beneath me. They knew. This whole time, they knew. Would you like his room number? 4 hours later, I stood outside room 412, trying to gather courage. Thea had stayed behind with the kids, sending me with a thermos of coffee and strict instructions to call immediately. I pushed open the door. Guillermo lay in bed, his right leg elevated, scrolling through his phone. His face lit up when he saw me. About time, sis. I rushed to hug him, careful of the tubes and wires. Why didn't you call me? They took my phone, my laptop, said they were handling everything. He grimaced. Told me you were too busy with your career to help. While they tried to sell your house out from under you. Yeah, got your email about that yesterday when they finally brought my stuff back. Had to wait for the nurse to help me access it. He gripped my hand. The kids? Safe, with Thea. Mom and Dad were arrested this morning. He closed his eyes. Damn. I knew they were in financial trouble, but this... How bad is it? I gestured to his leg. 3 more weeks of rehab. Could have been home already if I'd had proper care from the start. His jaw clenched. They pulled me out of the first rehab facility, said it was too expensive, moved me here where they could control everything. Control the story, you mean? They told everyone you were deployed. Classic Ruby and Eugene, he snorted, always about appearances. A nurse entered with medication. Time for physical therapy, Mr. Russell. Wait, I pulled out my phone. The kids want to say hi. The video call connected. Sawyer's face filled the screen. Daddy! She screamed. August pushed his way into view, both kids talking over each other. Hey, munchkins. Guillermo's voice cracked. I've missed you so much. Are you coming home? August asked. Soon, buddy. Auntie April's going to help me get better. Promise you won't let Grandma and Grandpa take our house? Sawyer's lower lip trembled. Never, he promised. No one's taking our home. After saying goodbye, I followed Guillermo to physical therapy. He filled me in between exercises. Mom and Dad showed up right after the accident. Said they'd handle everything. Next thing I know, I'm signing papers while high on pain meds. The power of attorney. Must have been. Everything's fuzzy from that time. He winced as the therapist stretched his leg. By the time I realized something was wrong, they had control of everything. My accounts, my phone, even my military benefits. But why keep you here? Why not just forge your signature again? Too risky with the VA involved. Easier to keep me isolated and controlled. He managed a weak smile. They didn't count on my stubborn sister. My phone buzzed. A text from Taya. Police need statement. Parents requesting deal. No deals, Guillermo said, reading over my shoulder. They need to face consequences. The detective mentioned fraud charges, elder abuse, possibly federal charges for the VA fraud. Good. He gripped the parallel bars, taking tentative steps. You know what hurts most? They used you. Used the kids, their own family. Speaking of family, I showed him the real estate documents. Want to guess who the development company belongs to? No way. Uncle Robert, Mom's brother. The whole thing was a family scam. Guillermo stumbled. The therapist caught him. That's enough for today, she said firmly. Back in his room, I helped him settle in. 3 weeks? I asked. Give or take. Doctor says I'm healing well, just needed proper care all along. I'll get the house ready. The kids can't wait to have you home. April! He caught my hand. Thank you. For everything. That's what family's supposed to do. Actually, help each other. My phone buzzed again. The detective. Parents requesting meeting with children. How do you want to proceed? I showed Guillermo the message. Your call, he said. You're their guardian until I'm back. No, I replied to the message. No contact until court proceedings complete. They're going to lose everything, Guillermo mused. The house, their reputation, probably their freedom. They lost something way more valuable already, I said, putting my phone away. They lost us. He nodded, then grinned suddenly. Hey, since you're handling things, there's this nurse, Maria. She's been really kind. Maybe you could... One family drama at a time. Big brother. I laughed for the first time in weeks. One drama at a time. They want to what? I nearly dropped my coffee cup. The kids looked up from their breakfast, startled. Your parents are requesting a plea deal? Our lawyer, Marcus, repeated over the phone. They want to meet with you and Guillermo first, today. Absolutely not. Actually, he paused, this could work in our favor. They don't know Guillermo's being discharged this afternoon. I glanced at the calendar. 3 weeks had flown by, filled with hospital visits, lawyer meetings, and helping the kids process everything. What's the catch? I asked. No catch. They think they're negotiating from a position of strength. Let them believe that. 2 hours later, I sat in a conference room at the police station. Mom and Dad looked smaller somehow, their designer clothes replaced by department store basics. April. Mom reached for my hand. I pulled back. Don't, I warned. Just tell me why we're here. We want to make this right, Dad said. We've prepared a full confession, but we'd like to handle this privately. Keep it in the family. Family? I laughed bitterly. You mean like how you handled Guillermo's accident? Or selling his house while he was recovering? We were desperate. Mom's voice cracked. The investment scheme. We lost everything. Your Uncle Robert promised this development deal would fix everything. By stealing from your own son? We would have paid him back, Dad insisted. Once the condos were built, The conference room door opened. Mom's words died in her throat. Guillermo stood there, leaning on a cane but very much alive and present. The color drained from my parents' faces. "Hey, Mom. Dad," he said coldly. "Miss me?" "But you're in Atlanta," Mom stammered. "Was in Atlanta, until my sister found me. You know, the daughter you called clueless?" Dad started to stand. "Son, we can explain." "Sit down." Guillermo's voice could have frozen hell. "You've done enough talking. Now you're going to listen." He limped to the table, dropping a thick folder between them. Complete records of everything. The forged documents, the fake deployment papers, the hospital transfer you arranged to isolate me, even the kickback arrangement with Uncle Robert. Mom began to cry. Dad stared at the table. "We have two options," Guillermo continued. "Option 1, we proceed with all charges. Fraud, elder abuse, conspiracy, federal charges for the VA fraud, looking at 15 to 20 years each." "Please," Mom whispered. "We're your parents." "Option 2, he ignored her. "You sign over everything. Your house, your assets, your shares in Uncle Robert's company. All of it goes to a trust for the kids." "You can't," Dad started. "I can and I will. You tried to steal my children's future. Now you'll guarantee it." "We'll be left with nothing," Mom protested. "Like you plan to leave us?" I cut in. "Karma's funny that way." Guillermo slid another document across the table. "Full confession and asset transfer. Sign now or we walk out that door and let the prosecutors handle it." "You wouldn't," Dad challenged. "Try me." Guillermo's voice was steel. "You have 30 seconds. Mom grabbed the pen first, hands shaking as she signed. Dad hesitated longer but followed suit when Guillermo stood to leave. "One more thing," I added. "You don't contact us. Ever. No calls, no letters, no surprise visits. The kids are off limits." "They're our grandchildren," Mom cried. "Should have thought of that before using them as pawns." I stood up. "Goodbye, Mom, Dad." Outside, Guillermo sagged against the wall. "You okay?" I steadied him. Better than okay. Free. He managed a smile. "Ready to see the kids?" "They've got a surprise for you at home." The surprise turned out to be a "Welcome Home Daddy" banner, slightly crooked and covered in glitter. Sawyer and August launched themselves at Guillermo the moment we walked in. "Careful of his leg," I cautioned, but he was already on the floor with them, hugging them tight. "Daddy, look!" August pointed to the window. "We planted flowers, and I kept your room clean," Sawyer added proudly. "Auntie April helped." Speaking of help, Thea appeared from the kitchen with Maria, the nurse from the hospital. "Dinner's ready." "You invited Maria?" Guillermo whispered to me, straightening his shirt. "She helped me coordinate your discharge. Seemed only fair to include her in the celebration." Later, after the kids were in bed and Maria had left, with Guillermo's phone number, Tia raised her glass. "To family," she toasted. "The real kind." "To Karma," I added. "To my sister," Guillermo finished. "The best kind of family anyone could ask for." My phone buzzed. A text from Marcus. "Papers filed. Parents' assets transferred. It's done." I deleted the message without responding. Some chapters needed to stay closed. "Hey." Guillermo nudged me. "Stop thinking so hard. We won." He was right. We had won. But more importantly, we had survived together, and that was worth more than any house or money our parents could have stolen. "You're doing what?" Guillermo nearly choked on his coffee. "Starting a consulting business. I repeated, spreading brochures across his kitchen table, helping people protect themselves from financial fraud and family scams. 6 months had passed since our parents' downfall. Guillermo was walking without a cane. The kids were thriving, and I'd discovered my calling. Using your experience to help others, Maria chimed in, setting down a plate of pancakes. She practically lived here now. Not that anyone was complaining. It's brilliant. It's more than that. I pulled up my laptop. Look at these statistics. Elder fraud, family financial abuse, real estate scams. They're all increasing. People need someone who understands both sides. Both sides? Guillermo raised an eyebrow. The legal side and the emotional side. Most victims don't come forward because they're ashamed, because it's family. Sawyer wandered in, rubbing sleep from her eyes. Are you leaving us, Auntie April? Never, sweetie. I pulled her into my lap. But remember how some bad people tried to take Daddy's house? She nodded solemnly. Well, I'm going to help other families make sure that doesn't happen to them. Like a superhero. August appeared, his hair sticking up in all directions. Exactly like a superhero. Maria winked at me. Your aunt's going to save people. My phone buzzed. Thea. Meeting set with investors. They love the concept. Speaking of saving people, Guillermo said once the kids were occupied with breakfast. Did you see the news about Uncle Robert? I pulled up the article. The development company had collapsed, taking several investors down with it, including our parents' remaining assets. Karma's still working overtime, I mused. Ms. April? Our new nanny, Rachel, poked her head in. Your first client is here. I straightened my jacket and grabbed my briefcase. The elderly woman waiting in the living room clutched a familiar-looking folder. Thank you for seeing me. She twisted her hands. My son. He's trying to sell my house. Says it's for my own good, but something feels wrong. You're safe here. I sat beside her. Tell me everything. 2 hours later, I had a new client and a clear case of attempted fraud. As I walked her to her car, Thea pulled up. Ready for lunch? We need to prep for the investors. Actually, I gestured to my notes. I need a favor. Could you look into a property transfer in progress? Something's fishy. Already working on another case? She grinned. You're a natural. Back inside, Guillermo was helping the kids with an art project, while Maria prepared lunch. Your mother called the landline, he said quietly. My stomach clenched. What did she want? To apologize. Said she's in therapy, wants to make amends. And I told her we'd consider it. In about 20 years. I hugged him, paint from his shirt smearing on my blazer. You're getting soft, big brother. Nah, he smiled. Just happy, really happy. My phone buzzed again. A text from Marcus. Got another referral for you. Family trust dispute. Interested? Very, I replied. Auntie April, Sawyer called. Come see our painting. The kids had created a chaotic masterpiece, a family portrait. There was Guillermo, Maria, the kids, me, Thea, even Rachel. No sign of grandparents. It's our real family, August explained proudly. The ones who love us for real, Sawyer added. Maria wiped a tear, and even Guillermo looked emotional. Perfect timing. Thea walked in. Your investor meeting just got moved up. They want to fast-track the funding. Go, Guillermo urged. We've got this covered. But, April, Maria cut in, you helped save this family. Now go help save others. I grabbed my things, hugging everyone goodbye. At the door, I paused to look back at my chosen family. Guillermo and Maria helping with homework, the kids arguing over crayons. They are already on the phone chasing leads. My phone lit up with another message, an unknown number. "We're sorry. Please let us see the kids. Mom." I blocked the number without hesitation. Some bridges needed to stay burned. "Ready?" Thea called from her car. "Ready?" I joined her, pulling out my presentation. "Let's go help some families." "You know," she said as we drove, "most people would have crumbled after what your parents did. Instead, you turned it into a mission." "That's the thing about betrayal," I replied, watching the city scroll past. "It either breaks you, or it builds you into something stronger." "And which are you?" I thought about the family we'd built from the ashes of betrayal, about the clients waiting for help, about the strength that comes from choosing love over blood. "Definitely stronger," I smiled. "Definitely built. And that's why we never trust someone just because they're family," I concluded, facing the packed conference room. "Trust is earned, not inherited." The audience applauded. As people filed out, a young woman lingered, clutching a notebook. "Ms. April?" Her hands trembled. "Your story. It's happening to me right now." Before I could respond, Thea appeared at my elbow. "Your brother's calling. Says it's urgent." "Give me 1 minute," I told her, then turned back to the woman. "Come to my office tomorrow. First consultation is free." Racing to my car, I called Guillermo back. "What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong," he laughed, "but you need to get home. Now." I broke several speed limits getting to his house. The driveway was packed with cars, including Thea's, which I'd just left at the conference center. How had she beaten me here? The front door burst open before I could knock. Sawyer grabbed my hand, practically vibrating with excitement. "You're finally here! Come on!" Inside, the house was full of people. Clients I'd helped, families we'd protected, friends we'd made along the way. Maria stood by the fireplace, beaming. Guillermo had his arm around her, both dressed up more than usual. "What's going on?" "You've been so busy saving everyone else," Guillermo said. "You forgot what day it is." I blinked. "Tuesday? It's exactly 1 year since you found me in that hospital." He squeezed Maria's hand. "1 year since you saved our family. We couldn't let it pass without celebrating," Maria added. August appeared, carrying a large scrapbook. "Look what we made!" The book was filled with letters, photos, and newspaper clippings. Stories of families I'd helped, homes I'd saved, scams I'd stopped. In the center was the kid's family portrait, now professionally framed. "But that's not all." Thea stepped forward. "Tell her, Guillermo." My brother cleared his throat. "Remember Mom and Dad's house? The one they signed over?" I nodded. "Well, we're turning it into a shelter for families escaping financial abuse. Maria's running it, and your company will provide free consulting services." "The ultimate karma," Thea grinned, "using their house to help the people they tried to hurt." A small commotion at the door drew our attention. Marcus entered with an elderly couple, my first clients. "We had to come." The woman hugged me. "You saved our retirement, our home. Now we volunteer at the senior center, warning others about scams." More stories poured in. The single mom who almost lost her inheritance, the grandfather whose children tried to steal his business, the widow who nearly fell for a real estate scheme. All here, all safe, all stronger. "Speech!" Someone called out. I looked around at these faces, survivors, fighters, family by choice rather than blood. A year ago, I began, I thought family meant obligation, meant letting people hurt you because you shared DNA. I was wrong. Guillermo squeezed my shoulder. Family is what we build, not what we're born into. It's the choices we make, the trust we earn, the love we choose to give and receive. And the pancakes we make, August interrupted, making everyone laugh. Yes, buddy, especially the pancakes. I ruffled his hair. But you know what the best part is? What? Sawyer asked. That sometimes the worst betrayals lead us to our best selves. My parents thought they were destroying us. Instead, they made us unbreakable. Maria raised her glass. To being unbreakable. As everyone toasted, my phone buzzed. A news alert. Local investment firm indicted for fraud. Robert Morgan faces federal charges. I showed Guillermo the headline. Should we send Mom and Dad a copy? He asked dryly. No need. I slipped the phone away. They'll see it from their new apartment above the discount store. Auntie April! Sawyer tugged my sleeve. Maria says she has a surprise. Maria stepped forward, glowing. Well, since everyone's here, Guillermo and I are having a baby. The room erupted in cheers. As everyone congratulated them, I watched my niece and nephew dance around, already celebrating their future sibling. You okay? Thea appeared beside me. Better than okay, I smiled. We won. Really won. Not just won, she corrected. You turned winning into helping others win, too. The party continued into the evening. Stories were shared, plans were made, bonds were strengthened. Not once did anyone mention our parents or the past they'd tried to steal, because that's the thing about family, real family. It's not about who shares your past. It's about who helps you build your future. And our future? It was absolutely unbreakable.